she's turning 10 this coming weekend, so she's outside the perimeters. I think it goes up to 8, 7 or 8. Yeah, I would have loved it. My little niece did it years ago. She got first place at the rodeo. Got the belt buckle and everything, yeah. Oh, did you? Oh, that's awesome. That's, I go to the rodeo all the time. It's fun. Good morning. What's going on? How are you? Oh, I know. This is my friend. That's my guy. They don't care.
All right, everyone, I'm gonna call the docket. In custody, we have Daryl Masters, Susan Roblo, Lisa Marie Garcia, Sergio Martinez, custody, Fernando Serrato, Albert Medina, thank you. Carball Mayfield.
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, okay, thank you. Wait, who said yes, ma'am? Ah, thank you. Alonzo Taylor, custody, Mariah Lopez, custody. All right, everyone, we're gonna start a jury trial at 10, so everyone please move with the purpose. And today is Thursday, isn't it? It's Friday's Eve.
You see the jail credit days first. Please. 22 CR 5436.
Yeah.
I mean.
And been in custody since then? Can you give me that thing to me?
That's right.
But so.
I was choosing that. Yeah, and I took my lunch off. And I'm probably gonna be off tomorrow. Because it's spring break. It's spring break.
And those days, on the 495.
Oh, that's cool. Oh, this one.
All right, Mayfield, come down.
So you're gonna make some more money.
Sorry, is that Mayfield?
Yes.
This one's.
Just
Don't tell him, show your face.
Yes.
Okay, and I'll listen.
Jason, you speak to probation about Albert.
Albert Medina.
No.
Martinez, I think. I didn't understand.
That's one of the 7 out of 7. I think it wasn't, well, the Jason.
Well, the bird.
Yes.
Or whatever.
If, because I don't know, that's why I don't know if there's. Right. Yes.
Good morning. Yes, how are you?
Oh, no, I was wondering. Oh, I read it was absolutely no problem. Okay, got it. It's really good. All right. There was a little confusion on the. You will get. You will never have to. Because otherwise. I just want to get notifications. That's right. And then I. Yeah, that's all I know. It's a different day. So. I don't want.
All right, Albert Medina.
I have not got a chance to talk to him. Sorry, Greg.
Let's have a seat.
Oh, he's, it's compliance very much. All right, but this is.
Yeah, because I mean. All right. Yeah. And this one too.
Let's look at.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, it's so
Like,
weird.
that's super high.
Okay, I just want to make a difference.
Michelle. Michelle, actually, he expires tomorrow.
I have no idea.
And Judge, he has two cases. He's on for robbery also.
On this one, he expires tomorrow, since he expires on the 15th. From what I'm looking at.
Okay, because this is on here, it says, it says 14. But I mean, he is on for a robbery right now, deferred, that for 6 years,
Okay,
so.
Martha, can you pull that other file, please? Thank you.
Judge, it's today, how the system calculates the expiration date is today.
Okay. Even though he took the plea on the 15th?
Yes, Judge, that's the day before, it's.
All right.
That's right.
So that's why it's on, so. All other, it looks like this. I think, Jason and I are waiting on Medina, and I'm still waiting on an answer from. I think there was some other information.
Do you need me to text?
No.
Okay. All right, Mr. Albert Medina. Come forward. All right, you have two cases with the court. And this case that you're here for today is set to expire. But you have another case in this court that is not going to expire. So if you're drug tested today, what are the results going to be?
Right.
All right. Are you able to test him?
Yes, Judge, I do want to point out that he has had 28 negative drug tests, and with the most recent being February 21st of this year.
Well,
So
we don't need to do it, right?
Yeah, he's.
Because I took one yesterday too. I took one yesterday too. Yes, ma'am.
And I don't have those results yet, Judge, but
All right, so you're on track, you're getting your life back together?
Yes, ma'am. Slowly but surely. But the past few years has been a struggle, honestly, with money.
Oh, I'm sorry, I can't hear you.
Let me take my mask off. I'm sorry. I said, yeah, slowly but surely. But the past few years been a struggle, honestly, a stressful one. But I've been managing here and there little by little. You know?
So you know what I tell everybody when they're on probation, is court communication is key.
Yes, ma'am.
So if there are stressors that come, as my brothers would say, don't throw your hands up,
Yes, ma'am.
pick up the phone,
Yes, ma'am.
call probation. If you feel like they're not addressing it, you can always come to court, because that's why we're here today,
Yes,
because I'm checking on you to make sure everything is okay with you. So what stressors are you dealing with? Is it something?
Well, honestly, this is my AA meetings, and being able to keep up with the fees because I have kids I take care of every day. Yes, ma'am. Yes, it is stressful. And not only that, the mother is not a help. So like it's just me and my little boy every day. And it's like,
Well, here's the thing. Sometimes what's best for your children may not to be with another parent, and if they're not stepping up doing what they're supposed to do, then it's a good thing that you're there to step up and do what you're supposed to
yes,
do.
ma'am.
So if you don't think she's a good parent or is gonna be a good parent, then maybe it's best that your child is where they are. You
Well,
understand?
well, I'm not gonna say she's not a good parent because she tries and I give her that. It's just like this girl always wants to be on the streets with her friends. And it's like she knows what I have to do in order for me to continue to stay out here. And it's like to her, it's like, oh well, I don't care at all. So here's your son. Yes, yes, I still have my mother, my father.
Are they helpful?
I mean, no, yeah, but it's my responsibility as me being a father of three little boys to look after them. Because my mother and my dad already raised me and my sisters already. It's time for them to relax. So,
I understand, but part of probation,
Mm.
yes, I'm hoping you get rehabilitated. I'm hoping you complete everything. I hope that you don't come back here.
yes, ma'am.
But part of probation it is a form of punishment.
Mhm.
Because you're reporting. I know people will say, I really don't want to report. I'm sorry, can I have a microphone, please? Next time.
No, part of probation is punishment. Part of it is rehabilitation. And I know there are certain things that you don't want to do. What I can tell you with regards to supervision fees, I don't waive those. And let me just tell you why I don't waive those. I don't waive those because supervision fees, they actually help pay the salary of probation officers. And if people don't pay their supervision fees, then guess what? We don't have any probation officers. Then I'm the judge, I'm the probation officer, and that can't be, right? So as far as court costs and things are like that are concerned, just work on paying your supervisory fees. And then we can always deal with court costs at a later time. Or either I can see whether or not you're able to afford to pay court costs. If you're not able to afford to pay court costs, that's something I will consider waiving. But the supervisory fees, normally, unless there's a good reason for me to waive them, I don't waive them because that's how probation officers are paid. Hopefully the legislature will change that. But so whatever issues you have, just make sure you stay in communication with probation. To help you out a little bit, the evading case, you're not going to be on probation on that after today. So you'll be only have probation on your other case. So that should help you with some of your fees, okay? But make sure you stay vigilant and stay clean and sober, because if you fall off, you know what ends up happening? Then your children may end up in the system. All right. Is there anything else you need from the court? All right. Good luck to you. Just stay in case probation want to speak to you. Congratulations on being off that case.
Thank you very much, man.
All right. You're welcome. All right. And Miss Abrams, can you make sure for Mr. Medina, and I know you always do this, but just make sure that the court costs, he's going to have issues with paying that, but I'll need to get something from him that he's indigent with regards to those fees. But the supervisory fees, he's still going to be paying those. All right. Thank you. All right, everyone, please move with the purpose because at 9:45, everybody's going back. Yes,
I give an update on Mr. Mayfield.
yes.
I finally had someone come in and evaluate Mr. Mayfield. And based on Mr. Mayfield's answers, and this was someone separate than they usually use,
Mhm.
based on Mr. Mayfield's answers, he felt like he wasn't willing to participate. When I spoke to Mr. Mayfield, he says that he is willing to participate, must have been some type of confusion.
Mhm.
I did reach out to Tony Thur. They are wanting to screen him with our people to tomorrow. So
Okay.
we're asking for a short reset.
All right. All right, Mr. Mayfield, they're gonna rescreen. Come on down. All right, Mr. Mayfield, there was some sort of miscommunications.
Yes, ma'am.
So they're gonna rescreen you tomorrow again for felony drug court, okay?
Okay.
All
It
right,
was stated, Judge, that he does meet the criteria, so they just want to talk.
okay.
Yeah, I have no idea how they got that. I didn't want to participate. I was literally waiting on an answer from them.
Okay.
So
Well, they're gonna rescreen you tomorrow. Just let them know that you want to be in the program.
yes, ma'am.
And then they'll probably have you in right away. All right?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, and again, if you still have any questions about anything, if you feel they're not answering, but I know they will answer any questions you have, you can always come back here.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, and then once you graduate from felony drug court, I'll be at your graduation.
Thank you.
All right, you're welcome. Let's reset it for next week. Mr. Mayfield, we're gonna reset you for next week. However, if you're already accepted into felony drug court, then you won't need to come here, all right? Okay. So Norma, can we just put this for, Ms. Abrams, I know on the 18th, 19th, we're not having any cases because we'll be doing this trial. But if you want to just put this one person on that date, we can, or either we can put it later in the week. All right. So we're going to recall you back on Tuesday. But just remember, if they've accepted you and everything is great, we won't bring you over. All right. Yes. You'll probably know tomorrow from them that you've been accepted. You're welcome. Thank you. All right.
What's on you? This is.
Could I see the file on Lisa Marie Garcia? Okay. Okay. All right, she's here then. I'm sorry, Marco, I won't need it then. She's here. Fernando Serrato. Sergio Martinez Jr. If you'll come down. Who's the attorney for Sergio Martinez Jr.?
I'm your.
Oh, could I have the file stamp for motions to revoke? That's okay. Thank you.
Probation officer.
All right, and then on this one, Marco,
Yeah.
I don't have I just have the First Amendment. Yes.
You have the.
Court is calling 2022 CR 7495, State of Texas versus Sergio Martinez Jr. Can I have parties? Thank you. Announced for the record for the state,
Zach Dunn for the state, Your Honor.
defense.
William Davidson.
And are you Mr. Sergio Martinez Jr.?
ma'am.
Showing you what's entitled Motion to Enter Adjudication of Guilt and Revoke Community Supervision. And First Amendment Motion to Enter Adjudication of Guilt and Revoke Community Supervision. Did you review those documents with your attorney? Did you understand them?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you the same Sergio Martinez Jr. who is placed on deferred adjudication in 2022 CR 7495 for the offense of burglary of a habitation on November 16, 2022 for a period of 8 years? Is that you?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, state.
Your Honor, on or about the 18th day of September, 2023, in Bexar County, Texas, the defendant, Sergio Martinez Jr., did then and there fail to comply with the rules, regulations, or instructions of the Bexar County Community Supervision and Corrections Department Substance Abuse Felony Punishment Facility Continuum of Care Treatment Plan, and that the defendant was unsuccessfully discharged from Austin Transitional Center in violation of condition number 15F.
How do you plead to that? True or not true?
True.
And Your Honor, the state will waive and abandon the others.
Any objections?
No objection.
Did you understand by pleading true to violation of 15F, the court could find it true, grant the motion, find you guilty, sentence you up to 20 years in prison and up to $10,000 fine?
Yes, ma'am.
Knowing that, do you still wish to plead true to violation of 15F?
Yes, ma'am.
Court will find violation of 15F true. Is there a proposed agreement?
There is a proposed agreement, Your Honor.
Yes.
The discussions with counsel have lent themselves to revocation, adjudication of guilt in 2 years at TDC, Your Honor.
All right. Is that the proposed agreement?
Yes, ma'am.
Probation, are you in agreement with this?
Yes, sir.
All right. Why should I give 2 years prison? That's the minimum.
Counsel, do you want to go ahead?
Yes, I guess. Your Honor, on this particular case, he has had a ongoing issue with, I'm sorry, can I get the original? one?
Absolutely, yeah, my
I
apologies.
just have to remind me a second.
Sure.
Sorry. This is what he told me last night when I interviewed him. He said that he had gone to a halfway house in Houston and he had taken a bunch of drug classes and so on. But after a certain period of time, he relapsed, he started using meth again, and that's when things kind of spiraled out of control. He's been trying with this drug problem to address it, but has been unsuccessful so far. And that's why we're asking for the minimum, because I believe this is more of a drug issue than it is anything else.
Well, I mean, that means that it hasn't been addressed. So probation up until this point, how was he doing on probation?
Judge, Judge, he completed 187 days of safety. The residential aftercare is where he began to have issues. He was not referred to felony drug court. It says he was not referred to the gang unit either. It looks like he was placed on probation November 16th of 2022.
Mhm.
And he went into the safety February 22nd of 2023. So I would have to check in regards to where that middle part may have been just in custody between being granted and actually going over to safety. So we really don't have like a whole lot of information outside of safety that he completed anything. Everything else we could not refer because he was in safety.
Okay. All right. Mr. Martinez, I'm gonna give you a choice. Because I don't think technically you've been successful on probation. I don't think giving you 2 years and then you're out and about where you can use whatever substances you seek to use is a good idea. So these are your choices. One, I can continue you, but you are going to be referred to felony drug court, or you're going to go to the Safe P relapse program, or I will revoke you and sentence you to 4 years. Which do you prefer?
To the safety.
All right. So I'm going to find 15F true. I'm going to deny the motion. That was a quick answer. Usually people take a long time. You got to beat the habit. You understand? Deny the motion. I'm going to alter and amend conditions to include a referral to felony drug court. Felony drug court may not accept you because I see in my conditions, I wanted a gang evaluation done. So if there's some sort of gang membership, they may not accept you. So I'll do a referral to felony drug court. If not accepted, then he's going to do the Safe P relapse program. Is there anything else you need from the court to be successful? All right, we can go off the record. Here's the thing. When you feel yourself slipping, that's when you're supposed to pick up the phone and call someone to support you, not someone to say, hey, yeah, let's go use together. You need to have a sober support person, a sponsor to say, don't use. All right, and Ms. Abrams, he's going to remain in custody for those evaluations. All right, good luck to you.
God bless you.
Oh, thank you. God bless you too.
Triple thank you.
Oh, you're welcome. I'm sorry I lost your paperclip.
I do,
Susan Robledo. Court is calling 2022 CR 5436, State of Texas versus Susanna Robledo. Could I have parties announced for the record for the state?
Doug Dunn for the state, Your Honor.
Defense?
Doug Campbell.
Are you Susanna Robledo? Going to show you what's entitled motion to revoke community supervision. Did you review that with your attorney? Did you understand it?
Yes.
Are you the same Susanna Robledo who was placed on community supervision in 2022 CR 5436 for the offense of injury to the elderly bodily injury on July 11, 2022 for a term of 7 years? Is that you?
Yes.
All right, state.
In Bexar County, Texas, the defendant, Susanna Robledo, did then and there fail to report to the supervision officer as directed for the months of September, November, and December of 2022 in violation of condition number 4.
How do you plead to that? True or not true?
True.
State.
And Your Honor, the state will waive and abandon the other conditions.
Any objections?
Objection.
Did you understand by pleading true to violation of condition number 4, the court could find it true, grant the motion, and sentence you up to 7 years in prison and up to $1,000 fine?
Yes, ma'am.
Knowing that, do you still wish to plead true to violation of condition number 4? You need to say yes or no. Court will find violation of condition number 4 true. Is there a proposed agreement?
Yes, Your Honor, the proposed agreement between council and state was to amend the conditions for a mental health evaluation and a TAP. And that was the discussions, Your Honor.
And Judge, the only concern that we have is I've represented Ms. Robledo for over a year now. She was mentally incompetent. She was found mentally incompetent. She's been restored to competency. There are recommendations in that restoration competency report that says that she just needs to continue to take her medication on the outside. I know she probably needs some additional assistance, but the request that Ms. Robledo is making through me is that she be allowed to do the TAP evaluation while in custody, but do the mental health evaluation out when in the real world, because she's been in a year, essentially.
All right, Ms. Robledo, can you raise your right hand for me, please? Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you give will be the truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, ma'am.
You can lower your hand, state your name for the record.
Susanna Romero.
All right, so what support system do you have on the outside? Do you have family?
Yes, I do. I have a daughter and 3 others.
Do you have a case manager for your mental health issues?
I have a history of counseling and therapy and
No. Do you have a case manager? A case manager is someone who knocks on your door on a regular basis to make sure that your mental health is stable, to make sure that you're on medications. That's what I'm asking.
no, I do not.
All right. All right.
And Judge, I would say that the reason for that is because she just became stable on her medication while in the state's care
Okay.
during her reevaluation period.
All right. This is what the court is going to do. The court will deny the motion, alter the main conditions to include a TAP evaluation in custody. There's going to be a MIC evaluation. Probation, how long would it take for a MIC evaluation in custody?
Looking at least a month and a half.
All right, the MIC evaluation will be out of custody. And I'm going to want a referral to Center for Healthcare Services. And I'm going to want field visits 1 time per month until evaluation with Center for Healthcare Services. I'm not going to say until she's in the mental health unit, because I know that's going to take a while out of custody. So once she is evaluated by Center for Healthcare Services, I know that they'll give her medications. Then probation, you can do field visits as you deem necessary. Is there anything else you need from the court to be successful?
No.
All right, we can go off the record. Here's the thing. In this courtroom, to be successful on probation, communication is key. Guess what? The state offered you probation. They want you to succeed. Probation wants you to succeed. I want you to succeed. Otherwise, I wouldn't have granted you your probation. You understand?
Yes.
All right, good luck to you.
Thank you, Judge.
You're welcome. And counsel, you may want to talk across the hallway because they have their mental health court, but she won't be qualified for it because she's already been convicted. But they may be able to steer you towards more resources.
Very good.
All
Thank you,
right,
Judge.
you're welcome. All right, after these last two, we are going to send everybody back and you'll have to come on a different day. And Donna, I'll give you a chance to switch over. And deputies, I'll give you a chance to switch over because I know it's going to be difficult to send people down and bring people back. Well, not difficult for you all, but I will give you time to do it. Norma, has Bill Davidson done Sergio Martinez? Okay. Okay. Mariah Lopez.
Ready, Your Honor.
Yes. Where's your client?
She's in custody.
Come forward. Yes, so motion to revoke?
Yes, Your Honor, and the state is asking for some more time. There's 2 new number ones in this case, Judge, and we would like some time to reach out to the complaining witnesses in those cases.
All right, how long is that going to take?
2 weeks, Judge?
All right, Ms. Ferguson, on this case, can you give them a 2-week reset? All right, we'll come back on April 4th. Defense, do you have any objections to the reset?
No, Your Honor.
All right, we'll see you back on April 4th.
Judge, in one ancillary matter, I'm gonna ask that if I understand that Ms. Lopez is remaining without bond, I'm gonna ask that a bond be set. Going to follow up on my motion.
You'll have to file, but for now, she's gonna remain remanded without bond. She's on probation for injury to the elderly. And there are alleged allegations in here of a burglary of a habitation, assault, and possession. And the court's concern is the burglary of a habitation and the assault. Yes,
Maybe excuses.
yes. And if you file your motion, Ms. Ferguson, their motion is set bond, I'll hear it. And Norma, you can set it on April 4th. Can I see the parties on Darrell Daniel Masters? Court is calling 2022 CR 0502, State of Texas versus Darrell Daniel Masters. Could I have parties announced for the record for the state?
Jason Garahan, Your Honor.
Defense?
Tony Jimenez.
Are you Mr. Masters? Going to show you what's entitled Motion to Enter Adjudication of Guilt and Revoke Community Supervision. Did you review that with your attorney? Did you understand it? Did you sign it? I'm sorry, and did you understand it? Are you the same Darrell Daniel Masters who was placed on deferred adjudication in 2022 CR 0502 for the offense of aggravated assault with a deadly weapon on April 13, 2022 for a period of 5 years? Is that you? All right, state.
Yes, Your Honor. Violated condition number 4 in Bear County, Texas. The defendant Darrell Daniel Masters did in there failed to report to the supervision officer as directed for the months of October and November 2023 in violation condition number 4.
How do you plead to that? True or not true?
Your Honor, we'll waive the remaining violated conditions.
Any objections?
No, Your Honor.
Did you understand by pleading true to violation of condition number 4, the court could find it true, grant the motion, find you guilty, sentence you up to 20 years in prison and up to $10,000 fine?
Yes.
Knowing that, do you still wish to plead true to violation of condition number 4? Court will find violation of condition number 4 true. Is there a proposed agreement?
Yes, there is, Your Honor, and it is to deny the motion to adjudicate guilt, to continue him on as deferred, and have the alternate amend for safety with followed by aftercare.
Is that the agreement?
It is, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Masters, are you asking the court to follow that agreement? All right, so here's the court's question. Previously, there was a motion to revoke file, and he was referred to Esperanza Court and also to Safe Peace Special Needs if Esperanza Court didn't take them. What happened with that? Yes. All right, no problem. Ah. All right, Mr. Masters. I'm reading the court summary and I see that you keep leaving places. So the only other choice for you is inpatient treatment through SafeP. So I'm going to give you a choice. You can either do 6 years in the prison, or either I will send you to SafeP and you're going to remain in custody until you're transferred to SafeP. You say yes, but which do you prefer? All right, we're not going to do any of this anymore where you are missing when people are trying to give you treatment, because people are trying to help you. As I told the last person, the state is trying to help you because otherwise they wouldn't have come to me wanting you to be on probation. Probation is trying to work with you. I'm trying to work with you. So is there a reason for your leaving different places?
I just did not think Esperanza Court was not for me. The housing there.
Well, let me ask you this. How about picking up the phone and calling probation? I tell everybody who's on probation here, if there's an issue and you feel like it's not being addressed, you can come back to the court. No. You didn't come back to this court. You didn't come before me, because you know how I know you didn't come before me? Because it's not on this docket sheet that you did.
No, I went to the counselor at Esperanza Court and also to the probation officer in the court at Esperanza Court.
Did you come back to the 187th? No, yes, you do. Let me just tell you why. Because everybody I place on probation, I always tell them to be successful on this probation in this court, communication is key. If you feel as though probation is not addressing the issues that you're bringing up, you can always come back to the court. Do I not always say that?
Sure.
All right, I'm going to deny the motion, alternate mean conditions for safety, and he's to remain in custody until transfer. Okay. And probation, do you think he's a good candidate for felony drug court, or are they going to not accept him due to the nature of his offense? All right, so to be safety, and I'm gonna tell you again. If you feel as though probation is not addressing an issue or concern you have, you can always come back to the court. Do you understand? All right, thank you.
Thank you, Judge.
And everyone, we're still waiting on a juror. Court is going to call 2022 CR 6828, Sadis, Texas versus Alonzo Miguel Taylor.
Yes, ma'am.
Tony, have a great day.
Good judge.
All right, always good seeing you. All right. And for Mr. Taylor?
William Davis.
All right, and are you Mr. Alonzo Taylor?
Yes, ma'am.
Going to show you what's entitled Motion to Enter Adjudication of Guilt and Revoke Community Supervision and First Amended Motion to Enter Adjudication of Guilt and Revoke Community Supervision. Did you review that document with your attorney? Did you understand it?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you the same Alonzo Miguel Taylor who was placed on deferred adjudication in 2022 CR 6828 for the offense of felon in possession of a firearm on May 10th, 2023 for a period of 5 years? Is that you?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, state.
Violated condition number 1, on or about the 9th day of February 2022 in Bexar County, Texas, the defendant Alonzo Miguel Taylor committed the offense of evading arrest or detention in violation of condition number 1.
How do you plead to that? True or not true?
And Your Honor, we waive the other violations alleged in the motions.
Any objections?
No objection, Your Honor.
Did you understand by pleading true to violation of condition number 1, the court could find it true, grant the motion, find you guilty, and sentence you up to 10 years in the prison and up to $10,000 fine?
Yes, ma'am.
Knowing that, do you still wish to plead true to violation of condition number 1?
Yes, ma'am.
Court will find violation of condition number 1 true. Is there a proposed agreement?
There's not, Your Honor. We're going open on this, but we have agreed that the defendant will go plead to the evading that he just pled true to in County Court number 5, and the state has agreed to TIC the resisting from February 9th, 2024, and the evading from November 15th, 2023. The state is asking that the defendant be revoked and sentenced to 6 years in the prison, and I believe the defense would like to be heard on that.
Yes, defense, what are you requesting?
Your Honor, his mother, Miss Tejeda, is here. Can I call her as a witness?
Sure.
Okay, thank you.
All right, let me ask you something before you call her. Is this the same mother who came in here previously and she was allowing him to have females in his room and said that the great thing about him was that he kept his room clean? Is this the same mother?
So-
Oh, no, I think it is, but bring her on up.
She says
Over here,
that
sir.
you know who she is.
Oh, yes, I do.
She has a
I remember this case. His hair was a different color at that time.
You have a good memory.
I try.
Dan, put your phone away.
I actually wanted to show her something.
All
So,
right, can you raise your right hand?
yeah,
Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you give will be the truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
All right, you can lower your hand, state your name for the record.
My name is Tracy. Last name is Tejeda.
All right, what do you wish to tell me?
So this has been a long time. I didn't expect for everybody to be here, but I know plenty of parents come here or they don't. My son, I've been going through this for a very long time. And I wanted to show you something where I lost my son and how old he was because of the system.
No.
No.
Let me stop you right there. It's not because of the system. I remember you coming into this court testifying, making excuses for him when he was not doing what he was supposed to do, making excuses for him for why he's testing positive for drugs, making excuses for him for why he doesn't have a job, making excuses for him for why you were letting him be at your house and using your house as a hotel motel. You came in and made excuses for him with that. And I remember specifically telling him that he had better start getting his life together because you were not being of help to him, that you were enabling him. And now you're back before me again, making excuses for his actions. So his being in the system, what does that have to do with him evading?
So I'm not making excuses for Alonzo. What I'm saying, let's say if you had been shot in your knee at 15, or you were accused of something that you didn't do at 13, you end up going into the system. You end up finding friends in the system that you start believing that they're your friends. He got his fingers broken, not to mention, I can name several other things that Alonzo's been through mentally that has been very challenging for him since he's been a child, okay? So I don't make excuses, but I do understand when people go through things in their lives, that mentally damages them. So there's a lot that you guys don't know about Alonzo, what he's seen and what he's experienced. And
Well,
I'm
let
not
me tell,
making
no, let me tell you this. Here's an excuse that you're making, and you made it before. Since you're bringing me into the equation, let me bring myself into the equation as you've done. My mother divorced. When I was young, my brother was young. And guess what? She had rules and we had to follow those rules. There is no way on this planet that my mom ever allowed us to have people in our bedrooms with doors closed, knowing that we are having sex in bedrooms with the doors closed and saying, we're going to take care of it. You have done a disservice to him because you've been making excuses. Everybody, I can tell you, everybody in this court has had something traumatic happen to them. Believe it or not, I've had traumatic things happen to me. People think that I just came on this bench and everything was fine and I had this perfect Pollyanna life. That's not my life. But you know what? At a certain point in time, no matter what has happened to you in your past, at some point, the choices you're making are the choices you are making. Do you understand?
Oh, yes, I definitely understand. And I explained that to Alonzo too. And so that's why I explained to him like outpatient mental health.
Oh, no,
Right.
and let me just tell you, let me stop you right there. If I continue him on probation, there is no way he's doing any type of outpatient. And there's no way he's going to be living with you because obviously you are an enabler. You're not a good influence in your life. And I knew when I placed him on probation previously that he should not be living with you, but he had no other choice but to stay with you. I knew that. So I'll own that.
He was 19,
Yeah, and you're enabling him.
but 19 years old.
No, you cannot.
I'm not. I understand what you're stating, but I've come a long way with Alonzo and he's come a long way and he's changed a lot.
No, he hasn't.
He has. Yes, he has.
All right, I'm gonna have you step back.
I
Thank you.
understand.
Can you come forward?
Can I talk?
No, you may not. I'm gonna give you a choice.
Can I please start?
No, I'm gonna give you a choice. Here are your choices. You have two choices. One, I can continue on your probation. You will no longer be living at your mom's house because she's an enabler. She was an enabler when she came here. And she was an enabler last time for you when you had a different hair color. She was an enabler when you kept testing positive for drugs. So one or two things. One, I can continue you, or I can sentence you to 7 years in prison. Which do you prefer? All right. So you're not going to be allowed to live with your mom anymore. I'm going to deny the motion. And the only reason why, well, one of the many reasons why I'm continuing you is because of your age. You're young. I still think you can be saved. I could send you to prison and you know what would happen at the prison?
Can you say one thing?
No. You know what would end up happening at prison?
Later, like always.
Oh, no, you wouldn't be isolated. You'd be in general population and people would be looking at you some kind of way. Prison is not a nice place to be. Prison is not a place where people go and everybody just leave them alone and everybody's being nice to each other. I'm going to deny the motion. I'm going to alter and amend conditions. And that's going to include, he's either probation, he's either going to felony drug court, or he's going to state ISF. And is cognitive local or not?
State ISF is not local at all, Judge.
All right, so,
Their ISF, the local ISF is here in San Diego.
all right, he's going to do state ISF. And he's not allowed to reside with his mom. It's time for you to grow up.
Can I do felony drug court?
Hmm?
Can I do felony drug court?
If felony drug court accepts you, and you had better talk to them and let them know that you want to be in felony drug court. You understand?
No.
You had better start making better choices with your life. Now, do you still want to talk to me?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you give will be the truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, ma'am.
What do you want to say?
I just want to say, my mom's my best friend. My only friend.
Mhm.
Most of my life, she's right. I've been isolated from the word, basically. I'm not really good at talking to people. I never
Mhm.
was. Today I might mess up my speech a little bit.
No, I understand.
I made mistakes in my life, a lot of mistakes. Can't really take them back.
Let me just tell you what the problem is. And we're off the record. This is the problem. The problem is parents, they're really not supposed to be your best friend. I don't understand this new age parenting that people have. Parents are supposed to be parents.
I didn't grow up with anybody.
No, that's what I'm saying. Guess what? You know who was in my life? My mom. But my mom let me know that she's my mom. We're not girlfriends, right? I know I can go to her. I know I can tell her anything, and I would tell her anything. But there is no way on this earth that I would be calling her by her first name because she was my mother. And we were not best friends. We were not girlfriends. I knew that she was in charge, and that's how it was ran. And I'm only telling you this since your mom wanted to bring me in the equation. Your problem is your mom, with her letting you treat her house like a hotel motel, guess what? That's because y'all are best friends. She's not behaving as a mother. And you are going to have to grow up. And that's why you're not allowed to reside with her, because she's enabling you and she's making excuses. At some point, the choices you make in your life, guess what? Those are your own choices. Because otherwise, everybody in here has some trauma and they can go out, continue to break the law, and they can just come in and say, oh, I only have a single parent. Oh, I got shot. Oh, they kicked me out of school. Oh, I never had anybody to be there for me. Oh, I only have one friend. There are so many excuses that people can have for not doing the right thing. That's going to stop with you today. You understand? No. We're done.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. You're welcome. And Miss Abrams, he is not allowed to reside with his mother. All right, everyone, we're going to take maybe a 10-minute break and then we'll bring the jurors in. Yes. Okay.
Judge.
Yeah, they have a hospital, so they can. They just work.
All right, so councils, please remain seated. So we're gonna bring your client up and then we'll start. We did have a discussion off record how we were gonna handle the photographs. So just a reminder, we're still gonna go forward with handling the photographs the way we stated outside the presence of everyone. Okay?
But I don't have to make the objection, Your Honor.
No, you do not. And then yesterday, there was a miscommunication with regards to the state's witnesses. Brittany, I just want you to know, I don't think that you're unethical. I don't think that any of the attorneys would purposely do something to mislead the courtroom. So I know there was a miscommunication between us. So if it appeared that you thought or anyone thought that I thought you were doing anything unethical, I want to clear that up.
Okay.
I don't want your daughters to think that about you
Thank
or
you,
of me.
Judge. We would never say anything that was not true to the court, for
Yeah.
sure.
Hit me and state, who's your next witness?
Detective Landrum.
All right, if y'all want to go ahead and call them.
Okay.
Yes, I am. Once they arrive. My understanding, this is not everybody.
So.
Okay. Wait, we just need him out. All right, so everyone, here's the court's announcement. It's expected that there are certain witnesses that are going to be called to testify. One of them being the co-defendant in this case. If there are any outbursts, you will be removed from the courtroom, no questions asked, and you will not be allowed back in here. And everyone needs to realize that if there are outbursts made in the courtroom, guess what? That may interfere with any type of appellate issues. So I don't think anyone wants to do that. So again, if any of that happens, or if anybody feels that they can't control themselves, it is best that you walk out quietly as possible and leave the courtroom. Otherwise, if something were to happen, you'll be escorted out of this courtroom and you will not be allowed back in the courtroom. Does everyone understand?
Yes, Sean.
Yes.
And Judge, just to inform the court, we did receive information, I don't know from where, but that Katrina's family may be here today. I don't know them. I don't see anyone that is not with our family. So if more people show up later, you may need to reissue that warning.
Oh, it will be done. The
Just wanted to give you a heads up.
the deputies will let them know as they enter the courtroom. All right. Court is calling 2022 CR 4248A, State of Texas versus Jose Angel Ruiz. Can I have parties announced for the record for the state?
Brittany Mitchell, Marissa Giovenco, and Ally Jackson for the state.
Defense?
Teresa Connolly, Renee Munoz, and Lorraine Efron.
And are you Mr. Ruiz?
Yes, ma'am.
Are both parties prepared to proceed?
Yes, Your Honor.
All
Yes,
right.
Your Honor.
If we can bring the jurors in, Norman, can you let them know?
Yes. Ma'am, thank you.
Yes.
All right, for the jury.
All right, everyone, please be seated. State, call your next witness.
State calls Detective Kevin Landrum.
Could you raise your right hand for me? Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you give will be the truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
All right, you can lower your hand. Make sure you keep your voice up so members of the jury and the court reporter can hear. If you'll state your name for the record.
My name is Kevin Landrum.
All right, state.
Thank you, Judge. Good morning, Detective.
Good morning.
Can you please introduce yourself to the jury?
My name is Kevin Landrum. I'm a detective with the San Antonio Police Department. I work in the Night Criminal Investigations Division, and I've been there for about 14 years.
What is the Night Criminal Investigations Division?
We investigate all felony offenses that occur between the hours of 7 at night and 5 in the morning. We begin the investigation, and then it's passed off to the follow-up unit the following morning.
What are follow-up units?
Follow-up units are the ones that handle the cases and finish the investigation, file cases with the district attorney.
What are your duties as a detective?
My duties are to identify witnesses, evidence, interview witnesses, make sure that all the evidence is processed and collected, and to prepare the reports of what I did.
Did you assist on a case with a defendant by the name of Jose Ruiz?
I did.
How did you assist?
On that day, I was contacted by Detective Nelson, who was the night CID detective handling the incident, and he requested me to assist him in obtaining a search warrant and to execute that search warrant.
What was the search warrant for?
The search warrant was for an apartment that they believed that some things had occurred in.
Do you know the address of that apartment?
I believe it was 13031 Park Crossing, apartment 2501, I believe.
Is that here in San Antonio, Texas?
Yes, it is.
Did you know who that apartment belonged to?
No, I did not at the time.
Did you come to learn who that apartment belonged to?
Yes, I came to understand that it was occupied by three persons. That Mr. Ruiz and I believe his two brothers.
Do you recall their names?
I want to say one was Jose, and I don't. Was it Ruben? The other one, I believe.
Did you write a report for this case?
I did.
And would looking at a copy of your report help refresh your memory?
Yes, it would.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Showing you what's been marked for identification purposes as State's Exhibit 108. Does this appear to be a complete copy of your report?
Yes, it does.
Okay. So please look at this. If you need to refresh your memory, just please don't read directly from it. And if you want to take a look at it, what were the names of the two brothers?
The two names were Ruben Medina and Rocco Medina.
And did you execute that search warrant?
Yes, I did.
Was it just you or was anyone with you?
There was patrol officers there securing the scene, and they had arrived prior to my arrival, and as well as the CSI unit.
What was the condition of the apartment when you got there?
The downstairs was in disarray. It appeared that they were moving in. There were boxes, bags. It appeared that they were in the process of moving.
Did you observe anything that caught your attention when you went through the apartment?
Going through the apartment, there was quite a few what you would call like pee pads, like you would use with a dog on the floor or for persons on a bed. There was.
What was the state of those pee pads?
They were obviously used. They appeared to some have been urinated on. There were dogs in the apartment, so I couldn't say for sure what had, but on some of them, there was one that appeared to have human hair on it and also appeared to have vomit on it.
Were photos taken during the search of this apartment?
Yes, they were.
And was a video taken?
Yes.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Exhibit number 86. What do you recognize this?
That looks like a CD copy of the video that would have been done at the scene.
And is this an accurate depiction of what was observed? at
Yes,
the
it
crime
is.
scene? And have you viewed this?
Yes, I have.
And how do you know this is what you viewed?
My initials and badge number are on the CD.
And like all crime scene videos, does this one lack audio?
Yes.
This time state would offer State's Exhibit number 86. Yes.
No, I'm sorry. No objection.
All right, State's Exhibit number 86 is admitted without objection.
Permission to publish, Your Honor.
Granted.
What are we seeing at the beginning of this video?
That is the doorway, the entrance to the apartment. You see the door number.
Gonna pause here about 14 seconds in. What is in the lower left-hand corner?
There's a ring camera there, and also on top of that refrigerator is some of those P-pad items.
I'm gonna continue playing. Does what on screen, does that match your description that you gave of what the scene looked like?
Yes.
Where's the video currently showing? What room?
That would be what the downstairs living room.
And then what's currently on screen?
That would be the two dogs that were in the apartment. The dining room area.
And then from the dining room, where are we heading now in the video?
This would be the kitchen. And it enters into a utility room.
What's the purpose of filming the refrigerator?
In this instance, with a child case, one of the neglectful is showing food, and that they had adequate food and what was in the refrigerator.
Okay, and just to note, I had paused it at 1:45. Now, where are we currently seeing right now?
This was a trash receptacle that was in the utility room. There was pee pads, clothing, various things in there that appeared to have vomit and things on them.
And where is the video heading now?
Now it's heading into the bedroom, which would have been the defendant's bedroom.
Okay, I'm going to pause at 2 minutes and 14 seconds. I see an exhibit marker. What is currently being marked?
These items were found in bags. They are hot, they're cold and hot pads, bruise creams, toothbrushes, petroleum jelly, various items that were purchased for those things.
And where were those bags found?
Those bags were on the bed in the bedroom.
I'm going to continue playing. I'm going to pause here at 2:26. What's being shown on the screen right now?
That was a receipt that was in the bag showing the time of the purchase of those items.
And can you read a date and time?
I believe the date on it is February the 7th, 2022 at 3:53 p.m.
Continue playing. Is there another pad visible?
Yes.
I'm going to pause here at 2:44. What's currently being shown on screen?
On the bedspread there, that's what appeared to be a vomit.
And is there anything else being shown?
Yes, if above that, those are bottles of Ensure.
Let me go ahead and just pause it right here. Does the rest of this video show anything of note?
Not that I recall, no.
You also stated there was pictures, correct?
Correct.
Exhibits 87 through 91. You can flip through these. And do you recognize what's in these photographs?
Yes, correct. Those are photos of things we just viewed on the video.
And are they a true and accurate description of the crime scene as it appeared?
Yes, they are.
Yeah. We would offer state exhibits 87 through 91 into evidence.
No objection, Your Honor.
States exhibits 87 through 91 are admitted without
Permission to
objection.
publish?
Granted.
You, it's been marked and admitted as state's exhibit number 91. What is this a photograph of?
It is a photograph of a mini fridge that was in the living room. There was a Ring camera as well as some of those pee pads that appeared to have vomit and had what appeared to be human hair in it.
As part of the duties that night, were these marked items, was that all collected into evidence?
Yes, it was.
Did you have any further duties to perform with this case?
No, I did not.
Okay, was this the extent of your involvement?
Yes, once I completed this, I completed my supplement report and that ended my involvement in the case.
I'm gonna pass the witness.
Good morning, sir. My name is Teresa Connolly.
Good morning.
Thank you. There's one thing that has been in my brain since I began on this case, and that is why you did go into the water heater, didn't you? Take apart the water heater
No, I did not.
at this apartment?
No, I did not.
Do you know if anybody did?
No, I do not.
Was it exactly like that when you left it,
Exactly like what?
like we saw it in the video?
Yes,
Right, and there was no picture of the water heater taken.
not that I recall, no.
Thank you. And there were no children that resided there to the best of your knowledge. Is that correct?
I have no idea if children resided there.
Well, in the beginning, you said that there were 3 people. Do you have any knowledge that there were children living there?
No,
Thank you. And there are several pictures of vomit, excuse my grossness, but was any of it analyzed? Any DNA taken?
I'm sure that it was, that was not,
Not
Well,
that you know.
I did not take care of that, so.
All right, great, thank you. Pass the witness.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Is this witness excused or subject for recall?
Excuse from the state.
Excuse from the fence.
All right, the rule has been invoked. What that means is you're not allowed to discuss your testimony with anyone. The only persons you're allowed to speak to are attorneys for the state or the defense, and do not watch anything regarding this case.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
State, call your next witness.
Yes, Your Honor, we call Detective Justin Knox. Maybe, Your Honor?
Yes.
You want to sit there? Yeah.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you give will be the truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God? All right, you can lower your hand, state your name for the record.
My name is Detective Justin Knox.
All right, so defense, did you want a hearing as it relates to the extraction?
Well, I would like to, at this time, re-urge my motion to suppress with regard to the search of the cell phone, which I don't need Detective Knox for.
All right, then if you all can bring to me again, because I know it's entered as an exhibit from our previous hearing, but does someone have a copy of the search warrant for the extraction?
I feel like everything from the previous hearing. And I do too, Judge. What I have is the motion. Brittany, it's here. I think I've got copies. Ms. Mitchell, okay, here's the. Brittany, if I'm gonna do something.
Well,
Like, we didn't.
And so, defense, I want the record to be clear. So you're not challenging his expertise. It's just a matter of the extraction and whether or not.
Well, this moment in time, I would like to reurge the motion to suppress and reserve all my objections with regard to any mention of the cell phone and or that you want to.
No, but I'm trying to narrow it down. So there's not, is there going to be an objection as it relates to his ability to do this extraction?
Well, if I may have an opportunity to call on board if necessary.
All right, then let's do that. If you want to take the witness on voir dire, we will do.
I have a CV. I can email it or something.
So we can take you one.
All right.
I'd like to have that.
All right. Could you email the CV?
Yes, it's, give me a second.
Okay.
No, I'm going to let you take the witness on voir dire.
Okay.
And after you take the witness on voir dire, then both parties can make their arguments again with regards to the extraction. And I will hear that and make my ruling. But if I could see thank you.
That's the possible motion. And then there are any copies.
Of the affidavit?
Yes, yes. So there was the older one. And then the newer one.
All right.
Thank you.
You're welcome. And they're emailing you the CV now, counsel.
Okay.
And for the record, the court has reviewed again the affidavit for search warrants for the cell phone. The first affidavit for search of the cell phone with the search warrant. And also the second affidavit for the search warrant for the cell phone with the actual search warrant and what was to be searched. So the court has reviewed those items. And then once you complete your voir dire as to whether or not the witness is an expert, I'll hear argument on that. And then I will hear any re-argument with regards to the search warrant.
I might need to double check and make sure I gave you complete copies.
Oh, no, it is.
Okay.
All right, have you all received the CV?
I did receive it. I will print off a copy for everybody. For both parties.
And defense? Any objections to the state making a proffer of what this witness will testify to, and then you can do the voir dire?
No objection, Judge.
All right, state, if you can make a proffer.
Yes, Your Honor, I anticipate this expert will testify that he received the phone with directions from Detective Size. And he, through his training, identified the phone, took the SIM card out, and there is a program called Cellbrite, which is very technical, that he is trained in extensively. It is designed to maintain the integrity of the phone, and using that software, we did physically take the phone and put it into the software, and it allowed a full mapping of what was on the phone, to which we have gone through and selected very small amounts of material from there that we anticipate we can timestamp when they were taken. We have information that says what the phone number was, who the registered owner was. We anticipate it will show that it was Jose Ruiz's phone, and that there are a number of images and videos that were taken in the weeks leading up to Mercedes' death that are very relevant.
All right. Have you been able to print off the CV?
I'm printing right now.
All right, thank you.
Just waiting on the printer.
Hopefully it's plugged in.
It was.
Sometimes that happens.
Is it this one?
Mhm.
Yeah, the light was on.
It's green, so we'll see.
I'll forward a digital copy as well.
And if you're able to forward it to Miss Efron's email, because she has a laptop out.
I just forwarded it to you. Yeah.
I have it in my email. Let me, if I may have a minute.
Yes.
Okay. Lorraine, have you received it?
In my email I have. Give me just a sec. Thank you.
Nora, can I forward you some stuff with that? And I have a couple other things to print.
Please,
Pretty please.
Just because you're closer.
all right, Ms. Efron, are you ready to proceed?
Yes, I am.
All right, you may ask your questions.
Good morning, Detective Knox,
Yes, ma'am. Good morning.
correct? Can you give us your full name again? I'm sorry.
Detective Justin Knox.
Um, I don't know if we've met before. I actually can't remember, but, you stated here some cases you've testified in. Are those Bear County cases or somewhere else?
They're Bear County cases.
Okay. And I have your copy of your CV here, and I see that the extent of your, post, a primary education, if you will, post-high school is the computer science technology program at Texas State Technical College. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And is that a, what kind of degree is that?
It was an associate's degree.
An associate's degree. So, besides your associate's degree, do you have any other college degree or college training?
No, ma'am.
Okay. And you completed that associate's degree in 2004, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And then since then, it looks, you can tell me if I'm wrong, please, that since 2004, the next time you were engaged professionally with the digital forensic unit was in 2017, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So from 2004 through 2017, it looks like you were SAPD uniform
Yes, ma'am.
and then assigned to as an evidence detective.
Yes, ma'am.
And then just briefly, what is the digital forensics unit?
The digital forensics unit, we act as a support unit for other detectives within the department. So as they're investigating cases, whatever the case might be, if they come across anything digital in nature, whether it be a computer, a laptop, cell phone, anything that's digital, they will bring it to us for us to examine it, find any evidence, potential evidence, and create reports and send it back to them so they can use that to assist them in their investigation.
Okay, so it looks like between 2014 and 2007, well, the only course you took between 2014 and 17 was a collection training course, is that correct?
That was for my uniform evidence detective when I collected evidence at crime scenes.
Okay. And then the education since 2018, just briefly, was that the training through law enforcement?
Most of my training, once I got into the digital forensics unit, has been at the NCFI, which is the National Computer Forensics Institute. It is a teaching instructional place in Alabama put on by the Secret Service, fully funded by the Secret Service. And they specialize in training law enforcement in the collection and preservation of digital evidence.
And you yourself don't have any, I guess you received some training in Cellbrite, correct?
Yes.
And when did you receive the training in Cellbrite?
I think it was spring, April, May of 2019. Exactly.
And how many times have you used the Cellbrite program? Just roughly.
Roughly?
Uh-huh.
I can tell you every year, I roughly do 400 to 500 exams.
Okay. And so, but you don't have any computer programming knowledge about Cellbrite, correct? I mean, you didn't write the Cellbrite program.
The Cellbrite software is proprietary, so we're not allowed to see.
And you don't have any, you didn't have any experience or intimate knowledge with that software other than how to use it, correct?
Yes.
And then when you become a Cellbrite, it looks like on your CV, a Cellbrite certified operator.
Yes, ma'am.
That's a certification you received through Cellbrite, correct?
In conjunction with the NCFO. I got that while I was there in training.
Okay, so, Cellbrite sells it to NCFI. And then they train you on it jointly.
Yes.
Have there been instances where you have been disqualified as an expert?
No.
And how many times have you testified as an expert?
2 to 3 times, I think.
Okay. And that was in the last year or so, it looks like?
Yes.
I have no other further questions at this time, Jeff.
All right. Are you still challenging his expertise?
Yes, I am, Your Honor.
All right, I'll hear argument.
Your Honor, I believe his knowledge with the Cellbite program is very limited. His educational basis is very limited. All his training comes specifically from law enforcement and the proprietary owner of the software. And he hasn't demonstrated any independent knowledge or experience with the actual software programming. So I would challenge his expertise as an expert.
All right, that'll be overruled. Now the next issue is with regards to the photos or the extractions from the cell phone. My understanding is that both parties have seen the photos and we saw those off record together. Is that correct from both parties?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes. And so from our conversation off the record, and we can go off the record briefly, my understanding is that you wanted to make your argument with regards to the admission of the photographs through the co-defendant. Is that correct?
Well, he's going to start talking about the photographs now. So
so you want to argue
the motion
search warrant through here?
Yes, I want to preserve all the issues with relating to the cell phone period, extraction, the fact that an extraction occurred, and then the contents of the cell phone. I want to argue before all that becomes in front of the jury.
All right, so we're back on the record. For the record, the court has previously ruled on the motion to suppress as it relates to the contents of the cell phone. That has been denied, but counsel, you wanted to re-argue or re-urge?
I do.
All right, I'll hear it.
Okay, thank you, Your Honor. With regard to the search warrant that was obtained by Detective Size on November 27th, 2023. We, at the time I argued the motion and I re-urge and do not intend to waive anything that I previously argued. So if I fail to mention it here today, I do not intend that I have waived it, but just to summarize and re-urge for now. And if the court will recall, there was an initial search warrant on or about February 14th of 2022 that had a supporting affidavit and authorized search of a cell phone. That was argued in a motion to suppress on November 29th, 2023. And on November 29th, 2023, the court granted my motion to suppress and suppressed all contents of the cell phone. Prior to that hearing, the state obtained a second cell phone warrant, which was again prior to the hearing on November 27th, 2023. And so I had several challenges to that warrant, and but I think one was related to a missing month, and others related to the fact that I believed it was constitutionally impermissible because it was a subsequent warrant. that under the Fourth Amendment of the Constitution of the United States and the Article 9 of the Texas Constitution, it violates the constitutional right of citizens to be free of unreasonable searches and seizures. And we had, in my argument, in which I want to re-urge today, I had focused on some language that appeared in warrant from November 23 that did not appear in the warrant from February 2022. And my argument with regard to this, not new information, so I do want to make that clear because I think that that was some confusion in the hearing. It was not new information, it was newly added. And I would submit that the sufficiency of the content of the second affidavit remains insufficient to support a finding of probable cause for the search of the cell phone. It is entirely vague as to time. It is entirely vague as to what device. It mentions that there was some photographs of children in a shower. It doesn't have any mention of what device or camera was used to take those pictures. Like there was no link between that allegation and the particular cell phone that was being searched. And there was some reference to the cell phone being there was nothing in that content of the newly added information that would lead anyone reasonably to believe that what was being alleged there was likely to be found on that device. And so I think there's no link between the allegation of what may be found to the particular device, and that the facts contained also are insufficient with regard, completely insufficient, and insufficient with regard to date and timing. And I would re-urge the court to grant my motion to suppress.
All right. And the court remembers your previous arguments, and the court has previously reviewed both the exhibits that you offered in the motion to suppress, and that will be denied.
Thank you, Ron.
And is there any need to take up with this witness any objections to the content as far as the photos that the state is seeking to enter, or would you like to do that through the co-defendant?
Are you seeking to introduce anything through him?
I will not be introducing, I'm only laying the foundation.
Okay.
So if there goes any step further into a possible description of the contents, if we're going any further than the foundation relating to the technical extraction, then we might need to talk. I mean, I know a report was extracted.
All right, could you line the jurors up?
I don't want to talk at the same time, right? So,
okay.
Yes, a report was extracted. He does have to compare the images in his report to the images that I show him. So there will be just mentioning, yes, there is a child here, but nothing as far as what is happening in the photo.
All right, well, you all will have to approach on that.
I'll read that.
Oh, okay. I'm fixing it. Okay. She texted me.
Okay.
Oh, wow. I did that.
outside in the hallway. You are popping up in the feed. Yes.
All right, for the jury.
All right, please be seated. You are still under oath, but restate your name for the record, please.
My name is Detective Justin Knox, the San Antonio Police Department.
State.
All right, good morning, Detective Knox.
Good morning.
How long have you been with the San Antonio Police Department?
About 18 years.
Now, prior to joining the department, did you have any degrees or licenses?
Yes, I have a associate's degree in computer science with a specifics in graphics and simulation.
And where did you receive those from?
Texas State Technical College.
Okay. How are you, or I guess, what is your current role within the San Antonio Police Department?
My current role is I'm a detective and I am in the digital forensics unit. Within that unit, I am assigned to the United States Secret Service Electronic Crimes Task Force, where my primary goal is to gather and preserve digital evidence for investigators of the San Antonio Police Department.
Were you provided well, to clarify, when you say digital evidence, what does that include?
Anything found at crime scene that may be a cell phone, a tablet, a computer, a flash drive, storage, anything digital, anything that may contain data that may be useful in their investigation.
Okay, does that include cell phones?
Yes.
Your Honor, may I approach this witness?
Yes.
Yeah, I concur with defense counsel.
And defense, you can move about the well with the state.
I am handing you a number of exhibits at the moment. First, we have State's Exhibit number 92 for identification purposes only at this point. And inside, there is 92A and 92B. I'm also handing you and then 93 through 97. Okay. 93 through, I'm sorry, 93, 94, 95. What are those exhibits?
These are pictures of when I had the cell phone for examination. I took a picture of the front of the cell phone, back of the cell phone, and the SIM card that was inside the cell phone
Where did you receive this?
at my office.
How did you receive
Oh,
this?
from the investigator that was investigating this case with a warrant and an intake form.
Was that Detective Size?
Yes,
Was this a case involving the defendant Jose Ruiz?
I believe so.
Was this a fair and accurate depiction of the cell phone as you received it?
Yes,
And what about Exhibit 95? What is that?
that is the SIM card.
And did you have to do anything to the phone to take a picture of that?
So it's held within a little tray inside the phone, so I remove it. Pull the tray out, pull the card out.
And this was a fair and accurate depiction of the SIM card that came from this phone?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, I'd offer State's Exhibit 93, 94.
Defense? Any objection?
Yeah, objection as to relevance.
All right, the objection will be overruled. States exhibits 93 through 95 are admitted.
Okay. So as it relates to this cell phone that you did the extraction for, what is State's Exhibit 92, which includes 92A and 92B?
92A and 92B is my report of all the data or data that came out of the cell phone.
Okay. And what kind of data can be extracted from a cell phone?
Lots of data, anything that you would find in a cell phone, call logs, text messages, videos, images, application usage, location data, anything that you would generally find on a cell phone.
Exhibit 81 for right now. Now, what is the program that you use to download a phone?
We use a program from a company called Celebrite. There's actually two programs through the entire process of the extraction. The first program we use, there's a couple of them, either Celebrite's UFED 4 PC or Celebrite Premium. What we do with that software is we plug the cell phone into that software. It's a hardware device that has software with it. We plug it in, it communicates with the phone, and it will extract the data. Once the data is extracted, I take that data to another software called Celebrite Physical Analyzer, and that will decode all of that data and put it into a report that's usable and readable. It gives us all this text messages and images and things like that. So I use two different programs, just the acquisition and then the parsing and decoding of the data.
How long does it take to download a cell phone?
It entirely depends on the size, how big the phone is, how many images are on there. It could take 30 minutes to a couple hours.
Okay. Your Honor, at this time, I would like to republish just a portion of State's Exhibit number 76.
All right, and states exhibit number 76 that has been previously admitted.
Yes.
All right, any objection?
Yes, Your Honor, I object.
All right, that'll be overruled.
I'm going to pause it just for a moment before we get too far ahead of ourselves with this. When you print off that report from Cellbrite and do the download,
Yes.
is there certain device information that you can look at to find out potential owners or any kind of identifiers?
Yes, so it will download the device's unique ID. It will have the phone number attached to it, SIM cards there. It could have their Apple ID if it's an iPhone, the emails, things like that.
And what type of phone?
This is an iPhone.
Okay.
about the way, everything comes on, we want to also situation. So, I'm in the situation, so I don't know what's going on. I can't remember okay, what's the Ruiz? Potato and seeds. I don't have any. What should you do? What's a good home industry? 46. 10 pencil restaurant, 46. And like Pennsylvania, and then Martinez, it's all good. I got that, right down the northeast side, right behind Hero Stadium. Do you have a job right now? Yeah. Do you have a cell phone? 210. I don't have. But you'll get it back though, right? I don't know. What's the number the last time we got? 612. 1169. I only had that phone. That. LD ran 25.
Okay. I just stopped about 1 minute and 58 seconds into the state's exhibit number 76. Now, Detective Knox, you just heard Jose Ruiz testify or in his statement say that his phone number was 210-612-1169. Is that the same number associated with that download?
Can I look through it too?
Yes.
Yes.
And are you able to tell how long the phone has been active? Or when it was first initiated?
It will give you in this report, will give you last time it was factory reset,
Okay. When was that?
9/25/2021.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear the first. What did you say that the 9/25 date was from?
The report indicates that the phone was factory reset.
Oh, okay.
Okay, so if it was factory reset, it was probably being used before then as well.
Possible.
Okay. You also heard in that statement, Jose Ruiz say you had it for quote a minute. That's slang, right?
Generally, yes.
And what does that generally mean?
Just a very short period of time.
Okay. Now, actually, I don't really need to say that. Can you set that up? Now, on that report, is it organized in any way?
Yes. That gives the device information, and then in this particular report, it includes everything that was tagged.
Is the device given a name in the system?
So the device name is Jose's phone.
Now, when it preserves the images in the phone, is there a way for you to compare the printed report to images and see that they are the same?
Yes.
Were you also able to look at this download on a computer before coming to court?
Yes.
When it preserves images, is there any kind of, I believe the term is metadata attached to an image?
So metadata is data about data. So metadata attached to images generally will be the type of camera used, its resolution, the phone, if it was used by a phone, what version of the phone. So it's just data about that image.
Okay. Now, I did hand you a stack of exhibits. At this time, I ask that you keep them to yourself.
Okay.
They are not in evidence. However, I'm gonna ask you to look at these and compare it to the report and see if the images that are marked with a certain exhibit were present in the download that you did of Jose Ruiz's phone. Okay. So you can maybe put it. keep it up. There you go.
And do you mind like going number by number or tell it?
I'm
You're
going.
gonna do it,
I'm
okay.
gonna go it.
Okay.
Okay, do you have states exhibit number 96 up there?
Yes.
Oh.
Give me.
Located it in the stack of photos?
In the stack of photos, yes.
Okay. Is that an image that you found located in the cell phone download?
Yes.
Now, are you able to refer to the report and tell us what the metadata indicates was the date and time that was taken?
States Exhibit 96 on the phone shows that it was created on 1/21/2022 at 5:20 p.m.
5:20 p.m. Okay. Now going to States Exhibit 97.
That image from the phone indicates that it was created on 1/21/2022, 4:44 p.m.
What time did you say, sir? I didn't hear you.
That image was created on 1/21/2022 at 4:44 p.m. Actually, if we can go back, the seconds are always also included. On States Exhibit number 96, that was 42 seconds, 5:20:42. I don't know if you want to get that.
Oh, it was 5:20 and 42 seconds.
And the second one is 4:44 and 18 seconds.
Okay, I'm not worried about the seconds.
Okay, and I won't include them in the next one.
At both PM, correct?
Correct, both are PM.
I guess maybe your voice trails a little or the microphone's not that, so I appreciate it. Thank you.
I'll speak louder. I'm sorry.
I know the jury needs to hear you too, so I'm not trying to interfere, but thank you. Oh. Speaking of microphones. Okay, sorry about that.
All right, state proceed.
Okay, moving on to States Exhibit 98. Did you find that in the download?
Yes.
And what, according to the metadata, what date and time was that created?
1/22/2022 at 11:39 a.m.
Okay. Moving on to States Exhibit 99.
I found that image. It is 1/25/2022 at 2:02 a.m.
Okay. Now, moving on to States Exhibit 101.
That image was created 2/2/22 at 9:20 PM.
Going on to State's Exhibit number 102.
That image was created on 2/4/2022, 12:24 AM.
Going on to State's Exhibit 103.
It is a 2/4/2022 at 12:25 AM.
State's Exhibit 104.
1/29/2022 at 7:21 AM.
State's Exhibit 106. I know these are starting to go a little out of order.
2/5/2022, 9:08 PM.
9:08 PM.
Correct.
Okay. Now for the next images. State's Exhibit number 81. It is contained in the giant yellow envelope.
All right.
Oh, there's one moment.
Here it is. It's on this, it's in this pack.
Oh, it was not. Okay, State's Exhibit 81. Do you see that in the download?
Yes.
When was that created?
1/31/2022 at 7:27 AM.
Oh, I did it a little close to that. Okay. Now State's Exhibit 107. Do you see that in the download?
Yes,
What,
it is.
when was that taken?
Exhibit 107 was created 1/31/2022 at 7:28 AM.
So 1 minute after State's Exhibit 81.
Yes.
All right, now, is State's Exhibit 109 up there?
Yes.
Okay. When, are you able to see that one in the download?
That image was created, exhibit 109 was created 2022 at 8:05 a.m.
Now I am going to bring you what has been marked as State Exhibit 108. Have you viewed this disc?
Yes,
And are those your initials on the disc?
yes,
Have you also viewed videos on your computer that were part of this download?
yes,
Are the videos that you viewed in State's Exhibit number 108 the same files that were in the download of Jose Ruiz?
yes,
And how many files were there?
3.
And are you able to tell when those videos were made?
The first video was created 1/21/2022 at 6:28 p.m.
AM or PM?
p.m.
6:28 PM.
Correct.
Okay.
The second video was created 1/21/2022 at 6:48 p.m.
Okay.
The third video was created 1/21/2022 at 6:54 p.m.
Okay. Detective Knox, now we went over the exhibits that I brought to your attention, but is that the entirety of everything that was in the phone?
No.
What other kind of information is present in that, in State's Exhibit 92?
This report contains tags from the full report, and it tags application usage logs, call logs, instant messages, user accounts, audio files, images, videos, and external camera media, which was the photos I took.
Okay. Does the Cellbrite program allow you to manipulate data in any way?
No.
So everything that is in that report that has been created is in that report as it came from Jose Ruiz's phone.
Correct.
I'll pass the witness.
Detective, the extent of your formal education is an associate's degree, technical degree, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And you're in charge, you have been trained as and certified in the administration of the Cellbrite program, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
But you're not a developer of that software or are you?
No, ma'am.
And if we ask, and I don't know anything about the software either, as much as you do, correct? I mean, I have no knowledge of the software. And you wouldn't be able to recreate this software programming yourself, correct?
No.
And so the extent of what you're talking about when you administer the Cellbrite extraction is basically, I mean, putting one device, plugging a device in and extracting it to another device.
Correct.
Okay. And after you extract it to the other device, I guess you download and print or whatever.
Yes,
Okay. And so you have, of course, you have no knowledge of who created any image on this phone, correct?
correct.
I mean, you can say that phone number may be associated with this person, but you can't tell this jury who possessed that phone at any particular time, correct?
Correct.
I mean, there's no fingerprint linking the photo that you can't, there's no way for you to track it, correct?
I can't say who took the photo on the phone.
Okay. You can say based on the extraction and the data that it produced, based on that information, that's the information you can relay to us, correct?
Yes,
Okay. So if I told you I could go on Google and find out how to reset metadata, would you say, yeah, you're right?
metadata can be reset, yes.
Okay. And your extraction, is that based on internal settings of the phone?
In what
I mean,
way?
like when you give timestamps here, that time is connected to what? Some internal clock in the phone, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And those kinds of things are things that are capable of being reset, correct?
Yes,
In fact, the phone had a factory reset in September,
yes,
correct?
I believe
Which,
so.
which means it could have been resold, perhaps?
I
mean,
can't
a
say.
resale, I mean, a lot of reasons why there's a reset, correct?
Yes.
And like, for example, what happens to a cell phone when you go on airplane mode?
It stops communicating with stops sending signals and receiving any signals to cell phone towers.
And you would agree that, say, if a phone is on airplane mode, it affects the information, it's not communicating with any cell phone towers, correct?
Correct.
And in fact, you're not telling this jury about any kind of geolocation kind of stuff, right?
Correct.
I mean, you're not telling this jury where that cell phone was located when a particular image was produced.
No.
And you don't have any way to authenticate a particular image, do you?
In what way?
Well, all you can say is that, like, for example, what you just told us right now, this, I see that this image here matches this image in the report, correct?
Yes.
Okay, but you can't say anything about that image as to how it was created. You can't say how, right? You can just say what appears on the phone and what then gets translated into your report.
I can say, depending on where the image is located in the phone, if it came, what app it came from, if it was taken with the cell phone camera. There's some data related to the picture.
To the production.
Yes.
Okay. Okay, well, let's talk about apps. So the cell phone, I mean, we all know cell phones these days contain an enormity of information, right? It's our whole life is on our cell phones. You would agree with that?
Yes.
And the information contained in cell phones is contained in many places on the cell phone, correct?
Yes.
So you have cell phone logs and text message logs. Are those saved in different places on the phone?
Yes.
Okay. And photographs, are those saved in different places on the phone?
Yes.
Okay. So when I talk about different places on the phone and photographs, we're talking about photographs that can be taken directly by your cell phone, correct?
Mhm.
I mean, and then there's other content that gets created through apps like Snapchat
Yes.
or Instagram. So let's say Instagram, you upload a photo to Instagram. from your phone. Now, does that now get saved in more than one place, correct?
Yes,
And it would also have different timestamps as to when they were saved?
the timestamp, the created timestamp specifies when it was created on the file system of the phone.
Okay, so if it was created on the phone, but if it came from a different place, it would, say someone sends you an image through an app, it still gets saved somewhere on the phone, correct?
And it will have that created timestamp.
Okay, so an incoming image from someone else would also get an internal timestamp from the phone
The time that it was created on the phone,
on that particular phone,
correct.
but not with regard to the creation of the image. I mean, it gets confusing. Would you agree?
It can be.
And in this day and age, we have a lot of data coming into our phones. Correct?
Yes.
Yes,
Yes, from various sources, yes.
from various sources, right? Including direct calls, direct text messages, correct?
Yes,
And then through various kinds of apps.
correct.
And would you be able, is this the only cell phone you examined in connection to this case?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. So was anybody brought another, no other cell phones to compare to this cell phone, correct?
I can't speak on anybody else. I can just tell you that I believe this is the only cell phone I've examined.
Okay, okay. Well, you can tell us that you didn't take this report and compare it to any other report generated by another device, correct?
No,
And you don't know Mr. Ruiz.
I do not.
You never met him before.
I have not.
You have no way of being able to tell this jury if he was even if he was even present when a particular thing was created.
I would not.
We hear a lot about artificial intelligence these days, correct?
Object to relevance, Your Honor.
Overruled.
Yes,
And that's kind of a complicated thing, correct?
in what way?
Is it easy to recreate artificial intelligence? I mean, yeah. Is it artificial images?
I don't,
Well, okay, I'm sorry for the confusion of the question. Let me say this. Or ask it this way. In terms of the images you take from the cell phone and extract and then generate a report, you're not able to say if it's an anime or a cartoon or an authentic image or an artificially generated image, correct?
I am just stating in my report that that is an image that came from the phone.
Okay. So if a screenshot comes through as a photo, right?
A screenshot is saved as a photo into the phone.
Okay.
Yes.
And phones are locked with some kind of security code or access PIN or password, correct?
This particular phone has the ability to use Face ID or PIN code.
Okay, so how'd you get in the phone?
The PIN code was provided.
Okay, so the phone was provided, you don't know who gave you this phone?
Detective size.
Okay, okay. The cell phone extraction gives us it extracts the internal data from that phone, correct?
Yes.
So it doesn't extract. But actually, does it, the emails, do you say emails are captured there?
If there are emails on the phone, this particular extraction would get emails.
Okay, so it has access to the cloud? Your program can extract what's on my, for example, my email communications?
This extraction will not extract from the cloud.
Okay,
It's only contents on the phone.
okay. I pass the witness at this time, Jeff.
Detective Knox, how are you able to tell if a picture is taken by the phone or sent to them?
Just by the location of where the picture resides.
Okay. For instance, can you look at State's Exhibit, let's say 97? You previously testified that it was created on January 21st, 2022 at 4:44 p.m. Are you able to know if that was one that was taken by the phone or if it was sent?
This one appears to be taken by the phone because it exists within the DCIM folder, which is the digital computer image. Any image that's located there usually is stored on the camera roll.
Can you check, let's see, State's Exhibit 106, which you previously testified was created on February the 5th of 2022 at 9:08 p.m.
I reclipped it and I shouldn't have. Okay. Could you just clarify what state's exhibit that was?
106, but you know what, just to alleviate any possible doubt, let's just go through it. Okay, 96 on 121, 22.
I'm gonna have to go through.
All right, excuse me. Y'all are getting conversational and whispering, and the court reporter cannot take that down.
I apologize.
If I may, I'm gonna just step up so I can be
Yes.
sure to hear.
And attorneys, you have the court's permission to move about the well. Ms. Efron, if you'd like to move where they are, you're more than welcome to do so.
Okay, so let's start State's Exhibit 96 from January 21st, 2022 at 5:20 p.m.,
Okay, that is also located in the DCIM folder.
which means the user of the phone took that picture.
Yes.
I'm sorry.
DCIM stands for digital computer image. Oh,
DCIM.
correct.
Do you mind repeating that? So,
Yes, so when an image is located there, it's stored within the camera roll. And it generally indicates that it was taken by the phone.
And you previously testified 97 was taken by the phone. So let's go to State's Exhibit 98 on January 22nd at 11:39 p.m. 11:39 a.m.
Also located in that same folder.
So it's taken by the phone.
Yes.
State's Exhibit 99, January 25th, 2022 at 2:02 a.m.
Located in the same folder.
Also taken by the phone.
Yes.
101, February 2nd, 2022. Was that?
This is where it gets out of order. So no.
Yeah.
The same folder again.
So
Yes, taken by the phone.
States Exhibit 102, February 4th, 2022.
Located in the same folder, taken by that phone.
States Exhibit 103, February 4th, 2022.
Located in the same folder, so taken by that phone.
Okay. States Exhibit, I'll go to States Exhibit 106, which is February 5th, 2022.
Located in that folder, taken by that phone.
Okay, and let's go back to States Exhibit 104, which was on January 29th. Is there something different about this image?
That one looks to be a screenshot
Okay, how can you tell it's a screenshot?
because there's parts of the image that has, there's an overlay on the image.
Okay, and what is a screenshot?
If you're looking at your phone, you can press certain buttons and it will capture in the image of the screen.
Are you familiar with the Ring camera system?
A little bit.
Okay. Do they have are you aware if Ring users have a cloud that they attach their data to?
Yes.
As in they do have a cloud?
Yes, there's a monthly fee that you can subscribe to.
Okay. So to view image from a Ring camera, would that image be stored on the phone or would it be outside of the scope of the phone?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that question?
Okay, you said there's a monthly fee to store your Ring camera footage up in a cloud, a digital atmosphere, if you will.
Yes.
Okay. And when you have a phone, like the phone you downloaded, and you are viewing information from the Ring cloud, is that information going to be stored in the phone?
No, object to leaving the witness.
That'll be overruled.
I'm not entirely sure exactly how the Ring app works, so I can't tell you that if it is stored on the phone as you view it from the cloud or not.
Okay. Did you see any, I'll retract that question. If that were the case and a screenshot was taken, would that be a way to preserve information from an image that would have otherwise been in the cloud?
Yeah, anything you take as a screenshot of your phone will stay within your phone.
All right, I'll pass the links.
All right, if I may, Your Honor.
Yes.
The camera roll, the fact that certain items are located in a certain camera roll folder does not give you any external information as to who took the image, correct?
No,
Or who possessed the phone when the image was taken.
no, I don't know. I can't tell you that.
You don't know anything that was going on externally with the phone, only what was internally extracted.
Yes, exactly. I know what the report is telling me.
Okay, okay. And again, you would agree that it's possible to reset the internal time clock of a cell phone, correct?
You can modify that data. Yes.
I'll pass the witness at this time.
No further questions.
All right, is this witness excused as subject for recall?
Excused from the state.
Excuse it.
All right, the rule has been invoked. What that means is you can't discuss your testimony with anyone. The only persons you're allowed to speak to are attorneys for the state of the defense, and you're not allowed to view anything about the case. Thank you. State, who's your next witness?
Judge, come here.
Yes, who's your next witness?
Katrina Mendoza.
All right, so is there a reason for this approaching? We'll bring her in.
We would ask that she be brought in outside the presence of the jury.
And her attorney.
And her attorney is present. He's present.
All right, defense.
Okay, so
Defense.
bringing.
Defense.
Yes, Your Honor.
Do y'all have any objection to the next witness being brought out outside the presence of the jury?
She's your witness.
I don't know, I really don't know why, Your Honor.
Yes, yeah, we object.
I'm sorry, do you object?
Yes.
All right, call your next witness.
Okay, Judge, and then housekeeping matters. Can I have 5 minutes? I need to use the restroom. Please.
All right, ladies and gentlemen.
Defense request too.
Ladies and gentlemen, are you okay with taking a break and then taking this witness up? And I'll give you a 10-minute break and then we'll take this witness up. Are you all okay with that?
Yes.
All right, please remember my previous instructions and we'll bring you back in 10 minutes.
All rise for the jury.
Anytime you need to move to speak with her, I just let Deputy Laura know. I mean, you can stand up and make your objections. Yes, and I'll let the jurors know that you represent her. You may be making objections. Yes.
Lorena?
Yes.
Lorraine?
But that's fine. But when you're ready to make the objections with the photos, just make the objections and then approach. We're ready.
All right, for the jury?
Everyone, please be seated.
State, call your next witness.
State calls Katrina Mendoza.
Ladies and gentlemen, just so you know, the person who's sitting to my left, that is the attorney for Katrina Mendoza, the state's next witness. He may be making objections if he deemed them appropriate. Raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you give will be the truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, you can lower your hand. You need to keep your voice up so that the members of the jury and the court reporter can hear. State your name for the record.
Katrina Rose Mendoza.
State.
Thank you, Judge. Ms. Mendoza, are you also a defendant charged in this case?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, have you accepted a plea agreement as part of that charge?
Yes, ma'am.
And what was that plea agreement? Can you explain it to the jury?
A cap of 45 and with the testimony and possibility of probation.
Okay, and do you remember what the state's position is on your application for probation?
They're not for it.
Okay. And is it part of that plea agreement that you are to tell the truth here today?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Do you have any children?
Proper bolstering.
All right, that'll be overruled.
Do you have any children?
Yes.
How many children do you have?
2.
What are their names?
Jordan, Mercedes.
Okay, so Jordan and Mercedes?
Yes.
Okay. And how old is Jordan?
She's 8.
Okay. How old were you when you had Jordan?
I was pregnant at 14, had her at 15.
How much, I'm sorry, is Jordan older than Mercedes?
Yes.
How much older?
A couple of months.
Do you know how many?
Like 8, I think.
Okay. And how old was Mercedes?
She was 5.
Over the course of Mercedes and Jordan's lives, have you had CPS cases?
Yes, ma'am.
How many?
I'm not sure.
Okay, more than one?
Yes.
Okay. I want to talk about those. Can you remember the first time CPS was involved with you and your children?
I think I was maybe like 16.
Okay. At that point in time, I don't think I asked you, how old were you when you had Mercedes?
I was 15, I was pregnant at 15, had her at 16.
Okay, so this first time you just said you think you were 16. Was Mercedes alive at that time?
Yeah, she was probably a couple months old.
Okay. Why was CPS involved at that point?
Somebody had made allegations of neglect.
Okay. And do you know what they said?
I can't remember.
Okay. And what happened with that CPS case?
It got closed.
Okay. Were Jordan and Mercedes removed from your care at that point?
Yes, because I was still a minor.
Okay. How long were they removed from your care?
I can't remember.
Do you know who had custody of them while they weren't in your care?
They were with the foster family for a couple of weeks.
Okay. When was the next time CPS was involved in your life?
I can't remember.
Okay. Do you remember how old the girls were?
Maybe like 2 and 1.
Okay. And why were they involved at that point?
Because the same reasons. Neglect.
Okay. And what did CPS do at that time?
They just put a safety plan with me and my dad, and we had joint custody of them.
Okay. At that time, could you be alone with the girls?
No.
Was that case closed out?
Yes.
Okay. Were the girls ever removed from you with your father?
No.
Okay. Was there another time CPS was involved in your life?
Yes.
When was that?
I can't remember.
Okay. Do you remember how old the girls were or anything about that time period?
No. I think maybe Mercedes was 3 and Jordan was 4.
Okay. And what was the reason they were involved in your life at that point?
We had made a CPS report because I had a babysitter and they sent me a picture of a slap mark on Mercedes' back. And we reported it.
Okay. Who reported it?
Me and my dad.
Okay. And what happened with that case?
It got closed out.
Okay. Were the girls ever removed from your care at that point?
No.
Was there another time that CPS was involved in your life?
Yes.
When was that?
About 2 years ago.
Okay. Was Mercedes still alive at that time?
Yes.
Okay. Why were they involved in your life at that point?
Because somebody made allegations of some kind.
Do you know what the allegations were?
No, I forgot.
Okay. Were there allegations that you were abusing the girls?
Yes.
Okay. What was going on with that CPS case?
It was open and it was gonna get closed. It only lasted about like 2 weeks. But I had lost contact with the CPS caseworker and yeah, so it never got closed out.
Okay. How do you know that it was gonna get closed out?
Because they told me that they just needed to see the girls. Objection one here, more- say, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Okay.
May the jury be instructed to disregard it.
Ladies and gentlemen, you're instructed to disregard the last answer.
Did CPS ever remove Jordan or Mercedes from your care at that point in time?
No.
Okay. And what year was that, just to be clear?
2022.
Okay. And I want to make sure, are you sure about that?
No.
Okay. So if do you remember what day it was when Mercedes passed?
March the 7th.
Okay. If I were to tell you it was February 7th?
There you go, February 7th, sorry.
Okay, that's okay. And do you remember what year it was when she passed?
2022.
Okay, so if Mercedes passed February 7th of 2022, when do you think it was that CPS was?
Objection leading, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Okay. What year was it that CPS was last involved?
2022.
Okay. Mayor Pro Tem,
Yes.
you remember the last time CPS saw Mercedes alive?
Maybe about 2 weeks before she passed away.
Okay. $109. I'm showing you what should mark as State's Exhibit 109.
Yes, that was the last time.
Okay, before you say that, I gotta ask you a question. Is this a picture of Mercedes?
Yes, ma'am.
Was this taken the last day that CPS saw Mercedes?
Yes, ma'am.
Is this a fair and accurate depiction of what Mercedes looked like on that day?
Yes, ma'am.
Move to admit State's Exhibit 109.
Any objections?
No objection on that.
What State's Exhibit 109 is it?
Yeah.
State's Exhibit 109 is admitted without objection.
May I publish?
Yes.
Was that Mercedes on that day?
Yes, ma'am.
Did Mercedes have any injuries on that day?
No.
Can you tell the jury about Mercedes?
She was 5 years old. She was my youngest daughter. She was very smart and beautiful. She was a very outgoing kid. She liked to have a lot of fun. She liked to dance. She liked to sing. She liked to be on TikTok. She was very close with her sister Jordan.
Objection, Your Honor, relevance?
Sustained.
Was Mercedes disobedient?
Huh?
Was she disobedient?
Sometimes every kid is.
How would she be disobedient?
Sometimes I'll tell her to do something and she wouldn't do it. Or sometimes she'll talk back. Or yeah.
How would you punish Mercedes when she wouldn't listen?
I would usually put her in timeout.
Can you describe timeout to the jury?
Just facing the wall without talking or playing with anything.
Okay. What else would you do to discipline Mercedes?
Spank her with a belt.
Okay. Where would you spank her with the belt?
On her butt.
Do you need any water? All right, just give us one moment. All right, you may ask your question.
Thank you, Judge. Would you do anything else to discipline Mercedes?
No.
Did you favor Jordan over Mercedes?
Yes.
Okay. Why is that?
Because she was my firstborn. I was really close to Jordan and I mean I love Mercedes too, but I was really close to Jordan.
Were you not close to Mercedes?
There was a conflict, like people would try to get in between my relationship with my daughter, and it was a how can I say it, like a hard time to get that bond.
Okay. Would you treat Jordan differently than Mercedes?
No.
Would you punish them differently?
No.
So if someone were to have said that you did punish them differently, would they be lying?
Yes.
In 2021, who were you living with?
My godfather.
What's his name?
Bexar.
Who else lived in that house?
Angelica Edwards, Rodney Edwards, Jeremiah Beltran, Jesse Beltran, Priscilla Vasquez, Dalen Vasquez. That's it.
Were the girls also living there?
Oh, yeah, sorry, and my girls.
Okay, and just who are all those people that you listed?
They're my god family. They're not related to me by blood, but they raised me since I was 2 weeks old.
And did you live with them since you were 2 weeks old?
No, when I was younger, I lived with them on and off. My parents would switch with them, but I guess I moved in with them permanently when I was 18 years old or 19.
Okay. Did you live with them when the girls were young?
No, yes. Yes. Sorry.
That's okay. Hey, is it fair to say you lived with them off and on?
Yes.
Do you know Jose Ruiz?
Yes.
Do you see him here in the courtroom today?
Yes.
Can you identify him by something that he's wearing?
Gray slacks.
Okay, let the record reflect. She's identified the defendant, Jose Ruiz. How do you know him?
He's my ex-boyfriend.
Okay. When did you meet him?
In 2020.
How did you meet him?
I was at work and I met him
Okay, where were you working?
at Diamond Show Club.
Did you start dating right away?
Yes.
How soon into your relationship did he meet Jordan and Mercedes?
I can't remember.
Was it right away or did you wait some time?
It was maybe like a couple months.
Okay. Once he met the girls, how often would he see the girls?
Often.
Did the girls ever call him dad or daddy?
Yes.
Do you know when they started calling him that?
I can't remember.
Had it been some time in your relationship?
Yes.
Did you ever live with Jose Ruiz?
Yes.
When did you live with him?
Like in 2022. I can't remember.
Did you live with him consistently or off and on?
Off and on.
If there were neighbors who testified that they saw you and the girls there in November of 2021, would that be accurate?
Your Honor, objection to leading evidence.
Sustain.
Did you live there in November of 2021?
Yes.
Do you remember how long you lived there?
We would stay there a couple of nights, but like when I moved in, I moved in for about 3 weeks.
Okay, when was that?
Like in November of 2023? No, 2022.
November of 2022, so you're describing 7 months after Mercedes passed?
Oh, sorry. I'm confused right now. I'm
Okay.
sorry.
Let me ask you another question. The 3 weeks that you said you lived with Jose consistently, was that the 3 weeks before Mercedes died?
Yes, ma'am.
Prior to those 3 weeks, did Jose ever discipline Mercedes and Jordan?
Yes, ma'am.
How often would he discipline the girls?
Often.
How would he discipline the girls?
He would spank them. He would pull Mercedes' hair and cover her mouth and nose. Use thumbtacks on her feet.
Okay, I'm gonna stop you real quick. I want to focus on not the last 3 weeks, but before that. Did that all happen before those last 3 weeks or?
No, so it all started with just like timeout and then timeout with rice on the floor and they would bend on the rice. Making her stay up all night.
Objection, Your Honor, I put the time frame on this. When did these things?
All right, that'll be overruled. Ask your next question.
Thank you, Judge.
Okay. Would the punishment from Jose get, or did the punishment from Jose get progressively worse throughout your relationship?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. At some point while you're living with Homer Beltran, did you ask Jose for help in disciplining Mercedes?
Yes.
What did Jose say?
That he was gonna pick her up and take her with him for the day.
Okay. Did that happen?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you go with him?
No, ma'am.
Did Jordan go with him?
No, ma'am.
How long did he have Mercedes without you being present?
A couple of hours.
Okay. Was it overnight?
Yeah, overnight.
During that time period, did you talk to Jose?
Yes.
Okay. How did you talk to Jose?
Over the phone.
Okay. Did you ever talk to him other than just on the phone?
Yes, one night, the night that he picked her up, he came to get a backpack of clothes and
Objection, when did this happen?
All right, you can continue, ask your question.
Okay. Do you remember when this was?
no,
Do you remember how long it was before Mercedes passed?
no,
Okay. On that night that he had Mercedes, did you communicate other than through a phone call?
yes,
How?
in person,
Okay. Did you communicate through text or video chat?
yes,
Which one?
both,
Did you see that night?
Objection, Your Honor, we're talking about a night. In the span of how many months or years? This is totally vague. Objection as to vagueness.
All right, that'll be sustained.
May I approach, Judge?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'm objecting to any photographs. Is
All
this
right.
the appropriate time, Your Honor?
No, she needs to offer them first through this witness, and then I'll hear your objections if there are any objections.
Katrina, were you sent any photographs of Mercedes by Jose?
yes,
That night? Showing you what's been marked States Exhibit 97. Is this a photograph that Jose sent you?
yes,
If there was testimony that this happened on January 22nd of 2022, does that sound accurate to you?
Objection
Yes.
as to the leading.
That'll be sustained as to leading.
Is this a fair and accurate depiction of how Mercedes looked in the photo you were sent?
yes, ma'am.
Statement to admit States Exhibit 97.
All right, if you all approach, and if I could see States Exhibit 97, please.
The State Exhibit 97 that I just showed you, was there a video chat and video sent to you that depicted the same activities that were in the photos of State's Exhibit 97?
Yes,
I'm showing you State's Exhibit 108. Do you recognize this?
yes.
Okay, how do you recognize it?
I remember signing and dating it.
Okay, are those your initials and the date that you watched it?
Yes,
And you reviewed it prior to coming here today?
yes,
Is it a fair and accurate depiction of what you saw Mercedes doing in that video?
yes.
Next question.
Yes, Judge, I'm sorry. How long until you saw Mercedes again?
The next day,
And what happened when you saw Mercedes again?
she was drenched in some kind of water or beverage.
Did Jose tell you what happened?
He said that she wouldn't stop crying, so he threw water on her.
Okay. Did you observe any injuries on Mercedes?
Not at that very moment.
Okay.
All right, please. Ask your next question, counsel.
And I'm showing you State's Exhibit 96. Do you recognize this image?
Yes, ma'am.
Was this an image of Mercedes on that same night?
Yes.
Objection as to the leading.
Overruled.
How did you receive this photo?
Through a text message.
Who sent that text message to you?
Jose Ruiz.
I'm sorry, did you observe injuries on Mercedes when you saw her again?
No.
Okay. Was there something that occurred that caused you concern regarding Mercedes having injuries?
Like I said,
No foundation as to the injuries. She said she saw none.
Overruled.
You can answer.
So not right away, but when we got to the apartment, I put her pants down and she had bruising in her thighs.
Why did you pull her pants down?
She needed to go to the restroom.
Okay. Describe this bruising on her inner thighs.
It was swollen, purple, almost black.
Okay. Was it small bruising, a lot of bruising?
A lot of bruising.
Okay. Did you confront Jose regarding this bruising?
Yes.
What did Jose tell you?
He said he didn't realize.
Overruled.
He said that he didn't realize how hard he was pinching her and that he wouldn't do it again.
Okay. Where was the apartment that you went to?
I can't remember.
Okay.
I know the name.
Okay, what was the name?
Henry B. Apartments.
Okay. When you went over there at this point in time, was that when you started staying with Jose consistently?
Yes.
And how long were you there prior to Mercedes' death?
Before her death?
Yes.
Like I said, we were staying in and out with him.
Okay, but you just said you were there consistently. How long consistently before she died?
Oh, about 3 weeks.
Okay. During this time period, would Jose continue to punish Mercedes?
Yes, ma'am.
Why would he punish her? What were some things she would do that would cause him to punish her?
Little things like playing with her fingers in timeout, touching things in timeout, not holding up an object, sitting on her legs when she got tired.
Objection to the narrative, Your Honor.
Overruled.
And Judge, I'm sorry, I'm just gonna object. I believe this is Ms. Connolly's witness. I gonna
No.
object to, okay.
You may continue your answer.
What was the question again?
How would Jose punish Mercedes?
How would he punish her?
Yes.
I thought that objection, I thought that was why he was punishing. Not
Oh, I'm sorry. You're right. It was why he would punish her.
Because she wouldn't like say her ABCs or say the numbers right or like repeat what he was saying correctly or answer him in a correct way.
Your Honor, I'm objecting to this, no foundation for this. I mean, all of a sudden numbers come up.
Overruled. Ask your next question.
How was Mercedes potty trained?
Yes,
Would she ever have accidents?
yes.
How often?
For those 3 weeks, very often.
What about prior to those 3 weeks?
No, she wouldn't have accidents.
Do you know why she was having accidents?
I believe she was scared.
How would Jose punish Mercedes?
Objection asked and answered, Your Honor.
Overruled.
I can answer.
Yes.
Okay, he would pull her hair, he would spank her with the belt, he would use the metal part of the belt. He would hold her breath by covering her mouth and her nose. He would pull her hair out. He would not let her eat certain foods or have a certain drink. He would keep her standing up for hours at a time. He would sleep deprive her. All I can think about right now.
You mentioned that he would cover her mouth and nose. Was there ever a time where Mercedes became unconscious due to this?
Yes,
What happened?
he just covered her mouth and her nose and let her go, and her body fell to the floor.
Okay. What had to be done because of that?
Had to blow. Well, he had to blow in her mouth like CPR.
Okay. Was she standing or laying down when he did that?
With the
Oh.
CPR.
No, covering her mouth.
She wasn't standing or laying down. He was like carrying her.
How many times did that happen where Mercedes went unconscious because of that?
About 2 times.
Was there ever a time where Mercedes would do that to herself and hold her own breath?
Yes.
Would that ever cause her to go unconscious?
No.
Earlier you mentioned thumbtacks. Tell me about the thumbtacks.
Yeah, that started because when Mercedes was in timeout, she'll be on her knees and she would get tired of being on her knees, so she would put her butt on her legs. And in order for her to stop doing that, Jose put thumbtacks in her feet.
I want you to explain that a little more. When he put thumbtacks in her feet, how long did they stay there?
For hours.
Did he put thumbtacks anywhere else on her body?
On her butt.
How many thumbtacks?
At a time?
Yes.
Maybe like 4 or 5.
Would he ever make her stand on thumbtacks?
Yes.
Tell me more about timeout. What would he have her do while she was in timeout?
Sometimes he would have her hold her arms like this, or hold an object, or kneel on rice.
Was there ever a time when Mercedes wouldn't do those things while she was in timeout?
Yes.
What would happen if she didn't do those things?
He would pull her hair or hit her hands with the phone or her feet with the phone,
What phone are you talking about?
his iPhone.
Was there ever anything done to Mercedes' arms if she would not keep them up in the air?
Yes, he tied like a thin pole to her arms and like wrapped it around the pole
How long would Jose have her wrapped to a pole?
for hours at a time.
When she was wrapped to a pole, would she have clothes on?
Sometimes.
Would she ever be naked?
Yes.
Did he ever put anything over her head?
I object to leaving the witness.
Overruled.
Yes, he did.
Next question.
Yes, Judge. Would Mercedes ever bleed from her injuries?
Yes, ma'am.
Did she ever have any scabs?
Yes, ma'am.
Did Jose have a ring camera?
Yes, ma'am.
What did he do with the ring camera?
He would put it to watch her in the closet.
Okay. Why would she be in the closet?
To be secluded as a timeout.
Okay. Who would put her in the closet?
Jose.
Did you ever try to stop Jose from doing these things to Mercedes?
Yes.
How many times?
Several.
Did he listen to you?
No.
Let's talk about how you disciplined Mercedes while at Jose's house. Okay. What are some of the things that you would do to Mercedes?
I would spank her with the belt. I pulled her hair. I put her in timeout. That's it.
Okay. You mentioned pulling her hair, and I believe you mentioned Jose pulling her hair out. Were you also pulling her hair out of her head?
No.
Was anyone else pulling Mercedes' hair out of her head?
Jordan.
Why would Jordan do that?
That's what I would tell her to.
I'm sorry, what was that last word?
Because Jose told her to.
Did you hear it that time? Thank you.
Can you make sure to speak into the microphone so everyone can hear you?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. You mentioned you would also put Mercedes in timeout. How would you put Mercedes in timeout?
I would put her in the corner of like the wall and have her face the wall with her hands behind her back.
Okay. Did you ever have her kneel on rice?
No.
Never.
Maybe once or twice.
Okay. Did you ever put Mercedes in the closet for timeout?
Yes.
How many times?
Maybe like 3 or 4 times.
Okay. Did you ever have Mercedes hold an item up in the air while she was in timeout?
No.
Never?
No.
Okay. Did you ever put thumbtacks in Mercedes?
No.
Did you observe Mercedes to have injuries, marks, bruises from all of this, the things that y'all were doing to her?
Yes, ma'am.
Did Jose ever tell you to chill while disciplining Mercedes?
No.
Would Jose say anything to you about your discipline of Mercedes?
No.
Do you recall saying that Jose would say that you weren't disciplining Mercedes enough?
Yes, ma'am.
Object, hearsay. Hearsay.
I gotta be overruled.
I'm sorry, what was your answer?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
And leading, Your Honor.
All right, as to leading, that will be sustained.
What would Jose say to you regarding your discipline of Mercedes?
That I wasn't hard on her enough and that she didn't respect me because I let her walk all over me and do whatever she wanted.
Did Jose ever make Jordan do anything else to Mercedes besides pull her hair?
Objection to leading question, Your Honor.
Overruled. You can answer the question.
Not, I can't remember.
Did Jose have any animals?
Yes.
What did he have?
2 pit bulls.
Okay. Did anything ever happen to Mercedes' teeth?
Yes.
What happened to her teeth?
They fell out.
Okay. How did they fall out?
From my assumption, I think they fell out
You don't
because
object to speculation.
Sustained.
Did you ever see anything done to Mercedes' mouth?
yes.
What did you see?
So I would stick her underwear or a sock or some like clothing in her mouth and then pull it out really quickly
Okay. And why would he put a sock or clothing in her mouth?
because she would cry.
What would Jose do when Mercedes would have an accident?
You would like mop the floor with her in her yard.
What do you mean by that?
You would get her on the ground and just drag her in her urine.
Did he do anything with her clothing after she would have an accident?
He would put it in her mouth.
The injuries that you said you saw in Mercedes, was anything ever done by you or Jose to treat those injuries?
Yes, ma'am.
What was done?
He would buy her like little cooling pads, the hot and cold cooling pads, and put them on her bruises, or he would buy Neosporin for her cuts, or he would buy something that like causes the bruises to go away, and just stuff like that.
And when he would put those things on her, can you describe that to the jury? Me to ask a different question? Okay. Would he put those on one part of her body, a lot of her body?
Well, everywhere that she had bruises, and she was bruised up pretty much everywhere on her body.
Okay. Why were y'all doing that?
I wanted her to heal and get better.
Okay. Did you have concerns about people seeing the bruises on Mercedes?
Yes, but that wasn't the priority.
Okay.
I'm sorry, what was that answer?
That wasn't the priority.
What was the priority?
To get her better. So that we can leave.
Okay, I believe you had testified earlier about CPS having an open case. Was still open at this time?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you have concerns about CPS seeing Mercedes in her condition?
Yes, ma'am.
Were you afraid that they were going to take away your children?
Yes, ma'am.
Next question.
Yes, I'm getting up, sorry. Katrina, I'm showing you State's Exhibit 98. Is that a picture of Mercedes and some of the things that we just described happening by Jose Ruiz?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. 99, is that a photo of Mercedes' condition around that same time period that you were living with Jose Ruiz?
Yes, ma'am.
State's Exhibit 100. Is this a photo of Jose's dogs?
Yes, ma'am.
What's in State's Exhibit 101?
Mercedes is eating some food with the bandages wrapped around her body.
Are those the bandages that you just described to the jury?
Yes, ma'am.
Is State's Exhibit 102 and 103 additional photos of Mercedes' condition during that time period?
Yes, ma'am.
State's Exhibit 104, without telling me what you see, just what was this picture captured on? Do you know?
A ring camera.
In this picture, can you tell where it's taken, what the location is?
I would object to any description of the photo at this.
No, she's just asking where it was taken.
Correct. How can you tell where it was taken?
I just recognize it.
What causes you to recognize it?
The floor.
Okay. Where is the location it was taken?
In the closet
Of what location?
of the apartment, Henry B. Apartments.
Whose apartment was that?
Jose's.
105, State's 105, and no, State's 105. Is this a picture of some of the items that you would treat Mercedes with?
Yes, ma'am.
You see a hand in that photo. Whose hand is that?
Again, I object to descriptions of the photo. They're not necessary to lay the foundation and irrelevant.
All right, you're gonna have to make sure you speak up and you can remain seated when you make your objections so the court reporter can hear. And please make sure you speak in the microphone. All right, with regards to that objection, it will be sustained. Lay the foundation, please.
Yes, Stretch. Are all of these fair and accurate depictions of items you saw while at Jose Ruiz's or Mercedes' condition while you are at Jose Ruiz's apartment?
Yes, ma'am.
Actually, one more, State's Exhibit 107. Do you recognize this photo?
Yes, ma'am.
Is this also something that you described happening to Mercedes by Jose Ruiz?
Yes,
Again,
ma'am.
she's making descriptions of the photos.
All right, that objection will be overruled.
Do you recognize the location in this photo?
Yes, ma'am.
Where was it?
Can I see what I believe that's on the floor of the room.
I'm sorry, whose apartment?
Jose's.
I'm gonna show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 81. Is this also behavior you described already being done by Jose Ruiz to Mercedes?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you recognize the location of this photo?
Yes, ma'am.
Whose apartment was this taken in?
Jose's.
Did you take these photos that I've showed you?
No, ma'am.
State's Exhibit 109. Who's in that photo?
Jose's.
At this time, State would move to admit
96, 97.
You want to make sure that they can hear?
Yeah, so I'm sorry, I'm trying to put them in order.
Thank you. In defense, you want to start approaching for your objections?
States 96 through states 109.
With. And you all can make your objections from with the jury here, and I'll make my ruling.
Okay.
Okay.
Because it is,
Yeah.
All right, for the jury?
You may be seated. State, what exhibits are you offering?
Judge, state is offering, State's Exhibit 96 through 110. And to clear up the confusion earlier, State's 109 is, a photograph, of the defendant, and State's 110 is the previously admitted under State's 109, photograph from CPS of Mercedes.
All right, any objections to State's Exhibits 96 through 110?
There's no objection to their admission, Your Honor.
All right, State's Exhibits 96 through 110 are admitted without objection.
Can I publish to the jury?
Yes.
Okay.
Gentlemen, that's reserving what has been previously urged. With regard to running.
I'm sorry, you need to speak up.
And that's without waiving what had been previously urged to the
Well,
court.
defense counsel has said that she has no objections to State's Exhibit.
That we didn't,
All right.
not to the content.
State's Exhibits 96 through 110 are.
I want to be clear. There's no intention to waive any previously urged objection.
That's correct, Your Honor. This is only to the admission of the evidence by the state right now.
Subject to prior.
Subject to prior objections and the running objections that we have.
All right, State's Exhibit 96 through 110 are admitted. And for the record, the court has reviewed State's Exhibits 96 through 110. And if there was an objection to probative value, the court is finding that it is more probative than prejudicial. And that's as it relates to State's Exhibits 96 and 110. And the court is finding that State's Exhibits 96 through 110 is relevant. You may publish.
Katrina, what are we looking at in State's Exhibit 109? And in the picture, we see him wearing rings. Would he wear those rings all the time?
Yes.
And do you know when this photo was taken?
No.
Okay, State's Exhibit, I'm sorry, let me start with State's Exhibit 97. Okay. Oh. What are we looking at here?
Picture of Mercedes holding looks like a jug of something.
How do you know that that's Mercedes?
Because of the clothes she's wearing.
Was this a photo that was sent to you?
Yes, ma'am.
Who sent this photo to you?
Okay.
Do you remember what day he sent that to you?
Sometime in January.
Of what year?
2022.
Okay. Was this the day that Jose took custody of Mercedes?
Yes, ma'am.
Objection to the characterization of custody, taking custody of Mercedes.
Sustained.
In State's Exhibit 97, who's with Mercedes?
Jose.
Is anyone else with Mercedes?
No.
State's Exhibit 96.
What are we looking at here?
A picture of Mercedes.
Okay, have you, how did you get this photo?
I don't remember that photo.
Okay. Can you tell, is she wearing the same shirt
Yes,
that she's wearing in States 97?
yes.
States Exhibit 98. What are we looking at here?
A picture of Mercedes.
What is she doing?
She's in the shower with something in her mouth.
What is in her mouth?
Clothing.
You know what kind of clothing that is?
Her underwear and her shorts.
Why would this happen to Mercedes?
She would be crying, or maybe at that time she had made an accident on herself.
Did you do this to Mercedes?
No, ma'am.
Did you take this photo?
No, ma'am.
States Exhibit 99. Who's in that picture?
Mercedes.
Who did that to Mercedes' hair?
Objection.
Overruled. What's the objection?
Seems a fact not in evidence that hasn't been established.
All right, that'll be overruled.
Who did that to Mercedes' hair?
Jose.
Did anyone else do that to Mercedes' hair?
Jordan.
Did you take this photo?
No, ma'am.
States Exhibit 100. What is in this photo?
The dogs.
Whose dogs?
Jose's dogs.
States Exhibit 101. Who is that?
Mercedes.
What is on her body?
The hot and cold patches.
And where on her body are those hot and cold patches?
On her face and her arms.
Who else is in that photo? Can you tell?
No.
Did you take this photo?
No, ma'am.
Who did that to Mercedes?
I bandaged her.
You put those bandages on her?
Yes.
Are those bandages indicative of everywhere she had bruises on her body?
Yes.
States Exhibit 102. What are we looking at here?
Mercedes' mouth.
What happened to Mercedes' mouth?
She's missing teeth.
What else do we see on Mercedes' face?
Jose's fingers.
On her face? Does she have any
bloody-
other injuries?
Bloody nose.
Okay, what else?
It looks like she has some bruises on her face.
Who caused those injuries to Mercedes' face?
Jose's.
Did you cause any of those injuries to Mercedes' face?
No.
Did you take this photo?
No.
States Exhibit 103. Can you see those bruises on Mercedes' face more clearly in this picture?
Yes, ma'am.
What about Mercedes' hair? What's going on with her hair in this picture?
It looks like she's losing some.
These pictures we've been showing so far, what time period were they taken in?
The 3 weeks before Mercedes passed away.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear that response, man.
The 3 weeks before Mercedes passed away.
3 weeks.
States 104. What are we looking at in this photo?
Mercedes and Roblo tags.
How do you know that that is Mercedes?
Because I can tell by her legs.
How many children were living in the house at the time?
Just Jordan and Mercedes.
Did Jordan ever have to stand on thumbtacks?
No, ma'am.
Why not?
I don't know.
Was Jordan a good child?
No, Jordan's bad sometimes too.
Oh, I'm sorry, back to 104. How many thumbtacks are in that photo? Can you see?
Looks like 4.
Who had Mercedes standing on thumbtacks?
Jose.
And how was this picture captured?
I'm sorry,
How was it captured? How was it taken?
by the ring camera
Do you know where in the apartment this was?
in the closet.
Um. States 105, what are we looking at here?
The golden hot pads.
Okay. Who purchased these cold and hot pads?
Jose.
How many times were they purchased in those 3 weeks?
Many times.
How many?
Many.
Maybe what?
Many.
How many?
States 107, what are we looking at here?
Mercedes bending down.
Okay. What's going on with Mercedes' arms in this photo?
They look like they're wrapped in the pole that I was telling you about.
Can you describe this pole to the jury, please?
It was a thin pole about this long.
What was, did it have another purpose or was it just a pole?
It was so that she wouldn't mess with the bandages.
Whose feet are in this picture?
Jose's.
Did you take this picture?
No, ma'am.
Does Mercedes have any clothing on in this picture?
No, ma'am.
Where were you when this is happening?
I'm not sure.
I'm showing you States Exhibit 81. And am I okay to proceed with the?
Yes.
As
you
we,
can show
as
her the
we,
photo.
as we
Yes.
discussed.
We'd like to see the,
You can walk around.
okay.
Judge Nari, usually when the state shows a picture, they pass it to the table first.
This
All right.
has been previously tendered to defense.
All right, and just 1 second, stop, just 1 second. So the record is clear. When the state says, can we do this as we discuss? That was a discussion that was had with both the state and the defense attorneys. And I just want the record to be clear with that. All right, would you show defense counsel the exhibit?
For the record, Your Honor, my memory doesn't include every single item that we looked at. I know I've seen it, but it would help to refresh it again since it's relevant now. Objection, this is a pornographic photograph, Your Honor. The child has no clothing on at all, and every part of her body can be seen from the front. Objection as to the pornography.
Counsel, this was the photograph that was discussed. If you all can approach.
Your Honor, that. my
Approach.
objection was reckless.
Approach. With regards to State's Exhibit number 1,
No, 81.
81.
Yes, Judge.
With regards to State's Exhibit 81, both the state in defense have agreed with regards to that exhibit will not be admitted to you, but the witness is allowed to describe what is in state's exhibit number 81. Is that correct, state?
Yes, Judge.
Defense, is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
May I proceed?
You may proceed.
Thank you, Judge. Okay. Keeping in mind what's on the screen, State's Exhibit 107, I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 81. Okay. I want you to look specifically, what are some things you see on the floor of this photo?
The sweeper jet mop, a shoe. And I don't know what that other thing is.
Okay. Now look at State's Exhibit 107. Are those the same things on the floor in that picture as in State's Exhibit 81?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Can you tell the jury who is in this photo?
Mercedes.
Describe what Mercedes is doing.
She's standing naked with the pole tied to her arms. And something covering her face, the clothing covering her face.
Okay. And in what position are her arms?
In a crucifix.
Did you see things like this happen to Mercedes?
Yes, ma'am.
Who did things like this to Mercedes?
Jose.
The dogs that we showed you in State's Exhibit 100. Would they ever go to the bathroom in the apartment?
Yes, ma'am.
Was anything ever done with dog feces to Mercedes?
Yes, ma'am.
What was done?
Jose had put dog feces on her face.
Is this something that you saw happen?
I didn't see it happen, but I saw it afterwards, after that it happened.
Is this what Mercedes looked like when you saw her with dog feces on her face?
Yes, ma'am.
What day did this happen? You remember?
No.
Did something else happen this day that helps you remember what day it was?
Not that I remember, but I remember we left that day.
I'm going to show you I'm going to put on the screen, what's been previously entered as State's Exhibit 93. You know whose phone that is?
Who says?
Judge May published 108.
Just one moment before we publish 108. Would you all like to take your break now, or do you wish to continue? All right, so we're going to take a break. I'm going to have you all back here at 2:30. Remember my instructions. You're not allowed to start deliberating internally or with each other. You're not allowed to discuss anything that you've seen with anyone else. You're not allowed to do any research or watch anything. Everything that you need to know about this case is to come from inside the courtroom. Does everyone understand? All right, please rise for the jurors.